I'm going to restart the game real quick because my population is set to 220 currently, which I don't want. I want to bop it down to at least 60, actually. Pretty small because I want to get to know this faction slowly. Yeah, I'm dropping my population cap down to 60 with a generous child cap. Invasion, leave that. Sweet, save that. So when I restart the game, it'll correct the number of dwarves. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's everything. So Elomino, Wilmer, Sethados, Max, Brewhog, and Rubs, as well as Infinity Smiles, are the starting 7. Murky Mirrors, the name. The Connected Tower is the group. And the symbol is the Murk of Fragments. And I'm going to press embark and then immediately restart the game. So. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Shem Solam. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Bothon Inul. Murky Mirrors. Strike the earth. Uh-oh. Hold on. This is new. How much water is there? 4 of 7? Game, did you spawn an aquifer? Did it corrupt? Something broke. So they're not drowning. Because the water is flowing away pretty quick, for whatever that's worth. How deep's the water? 6 of 7. Okay. Is it flowing in from the edges? It spawns water too high? So... We're all gonna drown then. Yeah, it did spawn the water too high. Because, like, the mist at the edge is where the water is spawning. It's a little wet. This is a new bug for me. I've never seen this before, Sathados. It does kind of look cool. It's fishbowl mode, yeah. I think a tidal wave just happened, in fact. But it's not gonna go away. It's gonna just keep doing this. And I'm not gonna be able to build anything. Need to get to high ground? What high ground exactly are you referring to? What's the frame rate currently? Totally fine. Well, maybe not totally fine, but... It's raining repellent ooze. Well, that's good. So, re-embark. Yeah, I guess retire it and re-embark here. Climb the trees, maybe. I'm going to retire the fortress and try and reclaim it and see if that fixes it. Otherwise, we're going to have to not play there. Global warming simulator. So I've settled on plenty of lakes in the past. I've never had that happen. So good to know that that's a known bug, though. Or, I mean, known enough that Sathatos knows about it. I've literally never seen that before, though. Need to restart the game anyway. That was interesting. Well, I mean, it just means we start a new fort, worst case scenario. Was kind of special. Dwarf Fortress! Kind of special. Histories of that was kind of special. Histories of drowning and gurgles. Here, let's just restart the game real quick. I mean, like, if that's just the way that the game's gonna be, then we just retire it and leave it. And go somewhere else. Which is totally fine. Certainly haunted, I will say that much. I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm just going to reclaim. So we'll see what it does. Because it does it will respawn the water at on a different layer. It kind of makes sense because it has to set where the water spawn is on the edge, and I guess like the game just like put the water in the wrong spot. But we also know it's raining pungent ooze on that lake. So we do know that. Flank of Nations. Bothon and Newell. Unretire. Let's see if this fixes it. You have returned from and how have your sturdy charges fared in your absence? Have they gone on adventures and moved on to richer delving at new frontier settlements? Perhaps they are all still here, unwilling to leave the magnificent fortress you prepared. Sure, that. Deep underground, the promise of treasure and thrill, overcoming danger, has lured you back. Yeah. I just saw a dwarf go flying into the river, by the way. Yeah, no, it's still spawning. So, yeah, no, I mean, this area is cursed all right. We're not going to play a fort here. It's far worse. Yeah, it spawned more water. So, no, it's exactly the same. So, unretiring and going back doesn't fix it. Also, Max and Sathatos are both drowned. There's red pandas? Holy fuck, never seen a red panda before. That's neat. All right, well, that's a sinister lake. Gotta improve. I should have given them all like legendary swimmer skills. All right, well, we're gonna go settle somewhere else. Sorry about the false start. That sucked. Whoops. Not like I knew that was gonna happen or anything. Definitely not. Definitely not. Ay. Classic Lake Embark. Classic Lake Embark. Yep. The important part is, does that go up on YouTube? Probably not, right? I'm gonna cut the VOD here and just not waste people's time. Somewhere else on the lake? We could try the other side of the lake, potentially. I mean, it'll spawn in a different chunk, so it'll spawn the water at a different level. All right. Attempt to, well, I mean, so although on paper, think about it this way. We are, in fact, building up a new faction, right? So just because we settled somewhere and the game bugged out and you know, we settled on the lake just because the game bugged out. I mean, we're just making a bunch of small forts and then just like settling them all at once, you know? You think that would be funny? Probably not. If people care, they can go look at it on Twitch. Ay. I mean, if you want to edit that together, be my guest, Brewhog, but I'm not going to render out a 4-hour VOD. I'm good. Thanks. That'll take like an hour to render on my computer. Plus, I'd have to download the VOD, which would also take a while. So no, I'm good. Need to find a new moment where the dwarf got thrown across the map and pan and zoom and slum. It would be like 3 frames, dude. Some things can be Twitch exclusive. That is totally fine. Anyway, so that definitely didn't just happen. We didn't have a lake bug out, but we're gonna try this again. Hopefully it doesn't bug out a second time. Because as far as the game's concerned, there is a fortress living there alive and well. So, I mean, ain't that grand. But the problem with this lake is I think that is the only spot that actually... Yeah, oops, no, I don't put notes there. I'm pretty sure that is the only spot on this lake. Delete note. Delete note, delete note. Stop hitting me. Hit M. There you go. I think that's the only spot on this lake that actually has any metals. That's my concern. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only spot on this lake that actually has metal. One tile over doesn't have any sight of it. Yeah, so I don't want to settle anywhere else on that lake. That's the only spot with metal. And I'm not going to settle somewhere with no metal. Well, actually, hold up. Maybe down here. Okay, this has metal, but it has a varied aquifer. I don't really want to settle with varied aquifer. And not to, like, maybe be a buzzkill here, but the fact that, like, the layer of that is broken and it flooded everything, maybe not wise to settle on the same lake twice, you know? Once bitten, twice shy. It's a damn shame, though. What's this? Tiny little patch of haunted forest. What else do we have these? It's a random volcano I didn't know was there. What's this? Well, maybe we could do a volcano fort. I don't know. A little too far north, though. More badass trenches. Well, fuck. I guess we get to do this again, don't we? So, chat, we kind of have 2 options. We can either try settling a second time on the same spot. This one actually has cliffs. So if I settle here, we'll have no soil, but in the bottom right, there's shallow metal and deep metal. Or rather, we will have, sorry, no aquifer. And in the bottom right, there will be shallow metal and deep metal. Yeah, I need to point out the fact that the Hako Nuva just noticed that it's called the Stupid Lake. Oh boy. I've decided how I'm going to cut. I've decided how I'm gonna cut this VOD. I'm going to cut from right where I embarked. Like, I'm just gonna skip the whole part where we prep everything. But right from the embark. Okay, so we're gonna try this a second time, right? And if this does this to us a second time, I fucking give up. But this is going to be annoying as hell because it has metal, but the metal is only in the bottom right of the map. So only like the bottom right quarter of the map has metal. Everything else is like shallow clay and deep clay. That's it. But we do have two types of metal. We have shallow and deep. We call the lake too stupid and leave. Yeah, if this fails, it's a mystery. All right. So apologies. I need another 7 dwarves. Sethatos and who was the other one who died in the lake? Everybody else who's still alive will probably just migrate here. I'm also like 99% certain I set us as the right faction. It should just default to the right faction, right? You know, I'm just going to abort real quick and just make sure that I'm in the right faction. Just for the sake of clarity. Keeping it away from that stupid lake. You know, I've got all sorts of names and themes now. An image of a drowning dwarf as our symbol. And getting a dwarf being consumed by water and the dwarf is screaming and the water is laughing. We could have... There's all sorts of, like, ideas I have now for a theme. So, you know, we can work with this. This isn't, like, just being thrown into, like, the meat grinder of dumb ideas. Like, we can work with this. There's things we can do with this. The absolute dumbass dog shit lake. The lake is so stupid it didn't know where to spawn its water. That's how stupid the lake is. All right. Plank of Nations is our faction. Stupid Lake is where we're going. God. You know, honestly, I was like about to give up on this lake, but it's called the Stupid Lake. You have to. It's literally called the Stupid Lake. All right, so Plank of Nations. Although I will say this about this part of the Stupid Lake, we actually have cliffs here. Look at this. The other one was like completely flat. This one, right up there, we actually have 7 to 4. That's actually pretty high cliffs. High and mediums, all the way down to 1 in the lake. So... I don't know what that means, abstract play, but you live your best life. So we still have the shallow metals and all that. Lake is still sinister, and we know it's going to be raining vomit. So, or something. All right, so fort name. Drowned Dreams. I don't know. Chat, any ideas? High ground to escape the lake of tsunamis. Absolutely. The image is of a stupid lake. Oh, I understand. That is indeed a dumb idea. Drowned stupid. Is stupid a Dwarven word? That's a dumb question. It is not, in fact. I mean, it's certainly drowned my pride. Drowned vaults, shattered, wisdom. Drowned wisdom, walked. Drowned life, lives, late, eerie, early, teal, chestnut, amber, drowned morn, drowned healing, drowned dweller. Drowned cheese. Drowned dreams don't die. Could call it Drowned Hermit. Drowned Bottom. Drowned Bottom. Or we could, like, start with the word drowned. Or, you know what we could go with? Here's this. Drowned waters. That's gotta be a metal band, right, Dank Penguin? Also, I've been thinking about penguins recently, and you want to know why? It's because I saw a job listing, not one that I'm going to apply for because I don't have a British visa. But if you are a citizen of the UK, did you know that once a year you can apply to work at the most remote post office on the planet? It's in Antarctica, has no internet, no running water, and you can't shower. And the main portion of your job is mailing out letters from tourists who show up on cruise ships when they show up. And the only time you can shower is when there's a tour ship nearby and a cruise ship nearby. And the majority of your job is spent counting penguins, and they work in 3-month long shifts. Sounds like where the thing would happen. If I didn't stream full time and wasn't disabled and didn't need very specific meds, that's something I'd do, because that sounds kind of awesome. That's all I have to say. How much does it pay? Pretty good. And you just get to hang out in the middle of nowhere and count fucking penguins for 3 months. Sounds like the Lighthouse 2 movie script. I liked The Lighthouse. That was a great movie. Your dream job literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. Anyway, applications close, I think, on the 31st of this month. Except much more pleasant because penguins. Yeah, no, totally. You would bring fuck tons of books and read all this stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like, just bring an like, you do have electricity, right? So you could totally just bring an e-reader or just like a stack of books. But here, I'll just find this for you real quick. This is the article that I found about it. This is an image of it. Look at this fucking thing. You get paid to just hang out in that shack. I mean, it's a job, so you are working like 8-hour days, 7 days a week because there are no days off, so you can't just like sit there and write book ideas, but like, and you are living with other employees. So it's not like all fun and games, you know? You wouldn't be able to sit there and just write books. You'd have to actually like do the job, which is science. But penguins better than seagulls? Penguins don't fly at you and steal your lunch. Oh, yeah. You know that Antarctica's in the other direction from Norway. Oh, I see where you're going. Yeah, you're going straight back to the thing. Okay, sorry. I missed the part where you went. I thought you were saying stay away from Norway, insinuating that they're close by, and then I was like, you know, Antarctica's in the other direction, right? But drowned waters of the stupid lake. I think that might be what we go for, is just drowned waters, because drowned waters is a real good name. So I think we're gonna go that route. I think that we are Drowned Waters. The Fort of Drowned Waters. The Murky Keys. Ooh. Let's call this the Murky... Oh. The Murky Air. That seems like it would work. Bothon the Fall. The Murky Air of Drowned Waters. which is what we called it, right? Yes, drowned waters, the murky air. And our image is going to be called the wet wet room. We are the wet room. The wet grass? I'm going to try and make an image of a flood. An image of dwarves. Is drowning an option? Oh. Whoa, there's so few options. Okay. I don't think water is an object. No. Lake isn't an object. Lakes? I can't put lakes or rivers in this. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Hopping penguins are kind of looking like they are headbanging, so it would be the best. So I would blast the best metal and make videos of headbanging penguins. I don't know if you'd be allowed to blast loud music at penguins, considering, like, you know, you're impacting human interaction. You are, what's the word? Keeping count of penguins and tracking human interaction with wild animals in remote locations. So I think that your job would be to not interfere with the penguins, but I'm sure you could film some penguins and then, like, on your phone, like, mix it with some metal and make a good TikTok or two. But you also would need to remember that you don't have any internet down there. And satellite phone calls are expensive and not really provided, and only really used for emergencies. Every 3 months when your shift is over? True. Okay. Become a viral sensation after you get home. Yes, prime directive. Do not interfere. Perfect. There you go. You understand. The fighter jets supposedly flew over penguins and they all fell over, so that they don't fly over penguins anymore? Really? They all fell out, what, from the sound? That's sad. Anyway, how the heck do I make an image of dwarves drowning? I looked at what trees were there. I shouldn't take too long with this, just in case we do this a second time and the stupid lake does the stupid lake thing again. You know what? Dwarves eating watercress and they're in the... Is that a plant? You know what? Let's just go with a similar theme to the last one. Is it a shape? Damn, you're right. Okay. A dwarf in waves. Okay. Thank you. This is an image of dwarves and waves. The waves are devouring the dwarves. Lake is also not an object. I searched for lake, river, but waves is in shape, so that helps. So our image is the wet grass, an image of a dwarves being devoured by waves. We don't think everything is an option either. I mean, that would just make the images confusing, to be fair. I'm trying to think what else we can add to this. Yeah, like, really? I think that might be it. You know what? Maybe we are refusing the waves. Maybe the dwarves are refusing the waves. The waves are devouring the dwarves, but the dwarves are refusing, which is why we are settling here. An image of dwarves and waves. The dwarves are the waves are devouring the dwarves. The dwarves are refusing the waves. They're going, no, stop. But they are still being devoured anyway. So it is futile, but we shall do our besties. All right, so I need 7 dwarves. So the first one here is Sethados, because Sethados drowned. And the second one is Elomino, I think, because Elomino also drowned. Kogan. Elomino. All right, so now I need just another 5. Raise your hand in chat if you would like to be one of the rest of the dwarves. Taco Nuva. Dodick. The Lab Chimp. No offense, Dragon Man, but I'm going for people who haven't had, like, first 7 dwarves before, so I'll gladly give you one of the first few migrants. Wilmer, you're still alive on the other side, so you'll probably migrate over. I'm skipping Aquasar. Brewhog, you're also still alive. Jack Nurik, you've had many before. Let's go with Dank. Penguin. So if I'm not giving you one right now, odds are it's because you've had quite a few first 7 dwarves before. So I'm going for people who haven't had them. Yeah, I'm going to skip you, Jack Nurik. But we will absolutely... did I spell penguin wrong? But we will absolutely bring you guys in as soon as we get migrant waves, which will happen, you know? Pen. Guin. There you go. All right. So anybody else haven't had if people like haven't had a first of 7 dwarves before or haven't had a dwarf in a while, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll start working through the names up there. And Brewhog, your dwarf is still alive, so I'm not even gonna name you because odds are real good you'll just walk over. Same with like Commander Rubs. Migrant Wave 3, that's oddly specific, but okay. But otherwise, in that case, let's go up. And Kavish, you can be Dragon Man. Because you weren't in the last fort. Brewhog, you were. Wilmer is still alive. Sure, Space Pirate. All right. So that's the starting 7. We just need to do items now, which I'm going to do exactly the same as that previous one. So, turkey gobbler, 1, 2 turkey hens. You know, we'll bring llamas again. Llama. Wait, nope, wrong way. And barkers. And then the rest goes into booze. Rather, instead of that, 10 of seconds. And that goes. Sweet. So, if we all drown, this lake is in fact stupid, okay? You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Shem Solam. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the water drowns you. And it is spring now, just enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Adore Raral, drowned waters. Strike the earth. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck that we don't drown immediately? I'm not that hopeful. I'm kind of doubtful. I'm very much yo, you settle on a lake, the lake instantly kills you. I'm gonna settle on the same lake a second time. I'm not that hopeful right now. It's not wet. Hey. Well, that's our lake. Testy evil lake. I'm on a sick cliff, too. Jeez, look at this. This is a rad spot. I like this spot a whole lot, actually. What a fucking cool spot. All right, well, let's just let it play for a few seconds. Lake is stupid, but not that stupid. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. Ducks. This is a pretty little lake. Did I end up in a tree? Partially. Not entirely. But I'm thinking we cut down these trees right here. Dig down a little bit. And we start, like, in this thing. Spot right here. Ooh, is that fire clay? What is that? Oh, it's red sand. Cool. Although... Oh, it's raining. Like, what? It's raining on the lake right now. I love how when you select this, you don't actually see our fortress. You just see murky mirrors, because there's two forts like in the same spot. So it looks like we are in murky mirrors, but we're not. We're in drowned waters. Also, murky mirrors apparently has 20 dwarves. So, as bad as that was, they didn't die. So, the area with metal is over here. This bottom, like this chunk over here is going to have metal. Shallow metal, rather. Oh, there's like a little point there. Lots of trees. 20 dwarves. Oh, they'll have a fort, I'm sure. They'll figure it out. It's a fun, funky little pond on the edge of that. Sand is promising, yeah. I'm a little bit surprised, though, because we got announcements almost immediately in the other spot that it was raining. Oh, there it is. It's raining repugnant ooze. Curious if it's going to fill up the lake. There's also a fish. A sailfin molly. All right. So it's raining repugnant ooze, but it appears to be the same color as water, more or less. This is Detroit. You know, I hesitate to make fun of Detroit because there are some people that defend Detroit very heavily when I do make fun of Detroit, and I've never been, so. Unfortunately, it's not orange ooze. just seemed fitting. All right, well, I'm going to give the game a 2-second pause here because I've been streaming for 3 hours, and this is around the time of day where I need to pee. So I will be back in a moment, and then we will continue. All right, well, it's raining repugnant ooze in the lake, so we need to figure out where we're going to start building before anything else. But before we do that, who's the expedition leader? Sathatos is the expedition leader. That fits. All right, so Sathatos, let's learn a little bit about you. You worship Gleneth Erlin Keeg Shushmot, which is the frightful strangeness, and it's a deity of the Plank of Nations. It most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with torture and misery. Torture and misery. It's seduction in Dwarven, so it's seduction, beguiled stench, the frightful strangeness. Getting a sense of what this fort's gonna be already. Let's see who everybody's gods are first. All right, let's see what the most popular gods are. Elomino worships Roshrodos, Rith Rodriguez, who seems to really like to get people seem to like to write books about this person. Looks like. Rosh, Death Fatal, is a deity of the Plank of Nations. Most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death. Okay, so we've got the god of death. Great, good, excellent. Metal Fort, go. Then we have Taco Nuva, who worships the same one, torture and misery. Okay, so that's 3. Then we have Lab Chimp, who worships the torture and misery once again. We then have Dank Penguin, who worships a new one, Lamash. Lumash. Lumash is a deity of the Plank of Nation, takes the form of a female dwarf, and is associated with chaos, war, and fortresses. You know, I'm starting to see why these dwarves only have 2 forts. It's like they're the exiled weirdos. Like, it's the cultists in the bottom corner of the map. Doomer dwarves, yeah, no kidding. Gotcha. Somethings. Then we have Dragon Man, who also worships that god of chaos, war, and fortresses. And lastly, chaos, war, and fortresses for Space Pirate. Okay, well, edgelords, all that. Let's read about our dwarves here. So first off, Sathatos is annoyed when caught in the rain. She is 57 years old, born on the 11th of Timber in the year 114, 44. 144. Her somewhat short ears are fused-lobed, and her nose bridge is convex. Her slightly sunken bronze eyes have large irises, and her eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is pale taupe, and her medium-length hair is braided, and her skin is cinnamon. She likes obsidian, gold, and white jade, and birch wood, and giant loon. What a loon. Giant loon leather, and moon snail shell, jute fabric, and hatch covers, and giant magpies for their intelligence, and the words of the dusts of fate, and the sound of the future metal. Please. Hold on. Do you have any skills in the future metal? Tell me about this future metal. It's got to be like a form of poetry or something. It's a music. This faction has a form of music called the future metal. And they like chaos, death, and war. This is phenomenal. This is wonderful. Oh, I'm in. I'm just okay. So I mean, come on. Let's be honest here for a second. Future metal's like, that's just Dragon Force, right? Like, these are just a bunch of fucking Dragon Force knights. They're like chaos and war and death and like torture and misery and like we all listen to Dragon Force and Cannibal Corpse. Blah. Long hair. Only wears black. This is just my people here. This is fantastic. All right. Yes, but with more synths. Okay, so then it's scar symmetry. Like, it's just like big epic metal. Like, I mean, there's got to be at least like 3 or 4 future metal bands on Nuclear Blast. Like that, come on. Actually, oh my god. The Browning? Look up the Browning. It's like this, how do I explain it? They're like this kind of shitty metal band. I say kind of shitty because I don't like them, but they're this kind of shitty metal band that has like hard style interludes. There's a baby metal song called Future Metal. I fucking hate that. That's awful. I'm very annoyed by baby metal. I do not enjoy baby metal at all. Kind of for the same reason I don't enjoy Weird Al Yankovic. It's not that I dislike them. It's just people send them to me too often. What's a Cannibal Corpse? Google it. How you doing, Lake Bear? It's good to see you. How's the tattoo healing up? She is obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything kept in its proper place. She lives a slow-going and a leisurely pace, and she greatly is moved by natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She is quite polite and quick to form negative views about things, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and can handle stress, and she is slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. All right. Personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and thinks that the pursuit of knowledge is a waste of effort. What? Doesn't care about to take time to master skills and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Yep, sounds like an artist. Thinks working hard is a waste of time. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Wants to create art. Hell yeah. Lake Bear? True neutral? Just doesn't care. Very indifferent. How the heck did you get expedition leader? That's funny. Fortunately, only a casual worshiper of the deity of torture and misery. Okay, so that's Sethados. Elamino over here. She is 56 years old, born on the 7th of Slate in the year 145. This is Shadow the Fort Hog, I think. Her nose is upturned. Her emerald eyes have large irises. Her hair is straight. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her lips are very thin, and her head is somewhat tall. Her eyebrows are short, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. She likes rutile, tin, aquamarine, seahorse, and cotton paper, and cabinets, and chains, and whips excite me, and the sound of the Carillion silkiness, and the sight of the russet couple, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout, ratweed, and 2-grain beer, and absolutely hates worms. She personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and respects the development of a skill, and thinks friendship is important, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and dreams of raising a family, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment. Yep, emerald eyes, different color eyes, same hair and skin. I'm kind of expecting them all to look very similar, but so far the first 2 descriptions have been very different. The reason I'm expecting them to look very similar is this faction only has 2 forts. 3, I guess, but one of them is like partially underwater. Like partially underwater, mostly underwater even. According to Twitch, I'm offline. I don't think that's true. Anyway, never acts without prolonged deliberation. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment of and harm of those around her. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others and her actions, concerning her actions. She is very rarely moved by curiosity and often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. Can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Doesn't handle stress well and is quite polite, and has a tendency to consider the ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and doesn't present herself modestly. She has a greedy streak and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty to be troubled by her Though she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And she finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty, and she is troubled by her natural tendencies. She is trusting, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Okay, so that's Elomino. Taco Nuva, who worships the deity of torture and misery, naturally, as you do, feels fondness remembering talking with a friend. Well, that's lovely. You only just spoke with him. I'm offline. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? This dwarf is 60 years old, and her hair is clean shaven. Her somewhat narrow ears have nearly fused lobes. Nearly fused lobes seems to be pretty common. She has a broad, round chin, and her eyelashes are short. Her nose is slightly upturned. Her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are bronze. Okay, so no more. This is the first description, same description as the first one, basically, but different body type entirely. Likes bauxite, sterling silver, light yellow diamond, greaves and ballista parts, and turkeys for their gobble, and giant leeches for their feeding habits, and the sound of the Carillion silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume grasshopper and hiccups and steelhead trout. You love turkeys, yeah. And steelhead trout, and absolutely hates worms. Can't stand them. Screw worms. She has a very good focus, creativity, and a good memory. And she has a shortage of patience. She personally values eloquence, dreams of raising a family, is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. She takes pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is slow to anger, and tends to be a little tight when working with resources. She tends to be a little tight when working on projects. She is slow to anger. She is quite ambitious and likes a little excitement now and again, and she is passive in discussions, and she mutters under her breath when she's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. The next dwarf is Lab Chimp, who is 64 years old, born on the 24th of Slate in the year 137. Also a worshipper of the god of torture and misery. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her somewhat short ears are slightly flattened, and her eyebrows are slightly low. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is pale taupe. Her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are rust. She's incredibly tough, very agile, and strong and slow to tire. She personally finds the idea of laws abhorrent, and thoroughly is disgusted by cooperation. And values sacrifice and values good craftsmanship, and dreams of raising a skill. Hey, Bread Knight. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty, or even the suggestion of effort being required, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. She rarely looks on others with lust and isn't particularly ambitious. She prefers to present herself modestly and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is trusting, and she is generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Imagine this being somebody's first faction that they play as. Just like you happen to look at the god, death and misery. Do you know future metal? I haven't read that chunk yet. She likes a little excitement now and again and is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and can handle stress. I think that you're going to run our military, though, for whatever that's worth. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors. You like native silver, nickel silver, clear zircon, sperm whale leather. Giant sperm whale leather, specifically. Not regular sperm whale, giant sperm whale. You like giant sperm whale leather. And sheep's wool, spears and breastplates, and armor stands and earrings, and llamas for their long necks. And centaurs for their strength. Centaurs don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, right? They're one of those, like, they were never put in the game, but dwarves can like them for their strength. When possible, prefers to consume carambola wine and fisherberry seeds and can't stand bark scorpions. Do you know future metal? You do not know future metal. Unfortunately. Sorry. You do know the festive sparkles, though. Nori. Only festive sparkles, no future metal. You know any good poetry? You know the velvety pantomime, and the glowing brand, and the whiskered ivy, and the hoary creature. Future metal is pretty good, though. All right. Dank Penguin is a dubious worshiper of Lemush, who is, of course, the deity of war, chaos, war, and fortresses. 53 years old, born on the 14th of Opal in the year 148. Do we have a single dude dwarf so far? I think they're all ladies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all ladies so far. She has a very broad chin, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her amethyst eyes have large irises, and her eyelashes are extremely short. Her lips are thin, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. Dusts of Fate sounds like an 80s metal band, too. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a pretty good, like, metal band name generator. She likes earthenware, rose gold, aquamarine, and giant deer leather, and giant gazelle hoof, and cavy tooth, and sloth bear bone, and linen fabric, gems, and buckets, and phantom spiders for their translucence. And the words of the tenebrous meditation in the sight of the lilac of poets, and when possible prefers to consume river spirits and hemp seed oil, and when possible prefers to consume river spirits and hemp seed oil, and absolutely hates bats. She personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and dreams of mastering a skill. Yes, phantom spiders. They're the This is a fortress that'll actually use DFI genetics to make babies? Possibly. But before I do anything, I'm actually just going to jump up to Lab Chimp before I forget. New squad. Metal armor. You join. Lab Chimp, you get to name our squad, by the way. Jump back into Dank Penguin. Dreams of mastering a skill. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Is sometimes cruel and lives a fast-paced life. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. She has a greedy streak, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to be passive in discussions and clicks her tongue repeatedly when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And you're also going to join the military. Do you know future metal? This is like becoming a thing that I need to check on every dwarf. Do you know future metal? You do not know future metal. Vaulted Thrower, we may have like started the most metal fort I've started in a while. Every single one of these dwarves worships either gods of chaos, war, and fortresses, or the god of death, or the god of misery and torture. And one of Sethados, our expedition leader, knows a type of music and likes a type of music called future metal. You know, I'm actually just going to jump over to Bellinaire's stream and inform him of this, because I think that this is very important. So I'm just informing Bellinaire that I'm gonna unmute his stream real quick. He's playing My Time at Sandrock, so you know.
I already put it together and donated it.
Let's see if he reads this.
Nice plan.
Well, he approves, I think. You guys should go follow Bellinaire. He's good people. All right. Let's just reorganize my tabs. Or it's a Jet Set Radio fan album. It's not a remix. So Dragon Man. So here's the interesting thing. I have this weird habit. Is there a limit to the name of the song? Well, Soldiers of the Wastelands fit. Probably not. Probably. Oops. Soldiers. I have to spell soldiers right. So I can do Soldiers of the Wazd. I could call it Wastelanders or something. But Soldiers of the Wastelanders will not fit. That's as many characters as we get. Oh, yeah, go grab that. 07 of the Wasteland? We could just call them of the or like of the Wasteland. Of the Wasteland. How's that? Squad of the Wasteland. Or we could just go with Wastelanders. Let's go with Wastelanders. That's a good name. Unless you want something else and can think of something else. So Dragon Man almost always ends up being, or Wasteland Soldiers we could go with. We could also call them the Wetland Soldiers. That would be pretty cool. How's that? I thought that sounded mildly familiar. So, anyway. Dragon Man almost always ends up being a lady dwarf when I name Dragon Man in one of my forts. So let's see what Dragon Man ends up as. A lady dwarf, once again. So we're now 6 of 7 are all ladies. I kind of hope that they're all ladies, because that would just be fitting. Is there a way to make a mosh pit? I mean, we can make a tavern and call it the Marsh Pit, probably. Actually, hold on a second. Just I need to do something for science real quick. This is very important. Meeting area, location, add in tavern, location, citizens only, rename tavern, the pit of Martian option. Maroon. I mean, I could just have a pit called the Pit, which shortens to Gore. But The marsh pit. There you go. There you go. I did it. That's yes. We have a mosh pit. That's the closest I can get to that. I think. Aside from like the wet. No. Yeah, moss isn't. We have the marsh pit. Good call. Anyway, I'm just gonna delete that for right now. We're gonna move that elsewhere. The marsh pit by the stupid lake. Also, yes, remember this, chat. The lake that we're on is literally called the stupid lake. I didn't make that up. The game made that up. So, this fortress is on the stupid lake, which is full of weird, disgusting acid stuff. That's fantastic. That's too fucking funny. Why acid? Because it's an evil lake. Also, chat, this is completely unrelated to anything, but while I'm reading the last two dwarves descriptions, I want you guys to look at this. Thoughts on this backpack? I'm looking to buy a backpack for myself as my birthday, and I'm kind of looking at that one. Just curious if anybody has feedback or thoughts. It's within my budget. Well, specifically, pointing my mom at that backpack, it's like, buy me that backpack for my birthday, please, thanks. Because my mom's like, hey, I want to buy you a thing for your birthday. Tell me what to buy you. So I'm looking at backpacks for day trips because mine is like in shambles and was bought in 2008. It's been a long time since high school, and that's what that backpack was used for. Anyway, 54 years old, born on the 21st of Slate, is Dragonman, worships the god of war, chaos, and fortresses. She has a broad body, and her hair is somewhat greasy. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her large irised emerald eyes are incredibly close set, and her nose bridge is convex. Her somewhat short ears have small lobes, and her nose is slightly upturned. Her eyebrows are slightly low, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. So, chat, I'm reading all of these dwarves, and I just want to say this. Who's the Rash worshiper? I think I'll check. I'll go back and check. I'm imagining that this faction just looks like this because so far they're all ladies. This is a band, by the way, called Burning Witches. I imagine that this is just the faction based on the description of these dwarves. Hair's the wrong color, but this is what I'm imagining as this faction, but more dwarfy. They're like an 80s power metal themed band. Hi, hashtag, what's up, dude? Also, shoutouts to Burning Witches. They're pretty good. And we have a marsh pit. I'm just asking if chat, am I going to be carrying a laptop? No, I'm going hiking. I don't even own a laptop, actually. When I go hiking, I don't always even bring my phone. I go hiking to disconnect from the bullshit that is Earth. Yeah, just cut them off, but at the knees and shorten them down a little bit. Please don't do. I mean, maybe do that. Just stretch the image to make it less tall. Oh god. Anyway, so back to Dragon Man. Her somewhat short ears have small lobes, and her nose is slightly upturned. Her eyebrows are slightly low, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. She likes native platinum rose gold and crystal opal, and giant wild boar hoof, and giant Cody bone, and hatch covers, and flasks, and rabbits for their ability to burrow. Leopard seal men for their fierce nature, and the sights of the lacy velvet, and the sound of the tress of larks, and the sight of the russet couple, and when possible prefers to consume mussel and whip wine, and can't stand blood gnats. Personally respects power and skill at arms, and has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship. Respects power and competition, and sees competition as reasonably important, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior. How are you not the expedition leader? And dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Thus, joins the Wasteland Soldiers. She has a very calm demeanor, prone to strong feelings of lust. Accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and she is somewhat scatterbrained. She is very slow to anger and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess. She doesn't handle stress well. You dream of being this dwarf dreams of being a legendary warrior in the same way that, like, the most timid, scared person takes a waffle bat and goes, like, live action role LARPing on the weekend. Like, doesn't want to be a warrior, never would, like, fight with anybody ever, but takes a inflatable hammer and smacks their friend, going, "I'm a legendary warrior!" Dreams of Lena wants to avoid context and handle stress badly. Yeah, right? Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Huh. So do I put this dwarf in the military? Or not? Unfettered after spending time with people. So they want to be the one that does the beatings. Oh, maybe. Force them into stressful situations and hopefully they rethink their life. Sarmation. I mean, I've actually managed to continued exposure to corpses. Yeah, basically put them in shitty situations. She wants to be a legendary warrior. I think we'll put Dragon Man into the military for now. That, or I could just make them like the captain of the guard or the sheriff. You know what? Fuck it. I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to not put Dragon Man into the military and instead give Dragon Man sheriff. No one will like Dragon Man and Hammerer. You can have those tasks. And then lastly, and also Dragon Man, I'm going to give you woodworking, carpentry, and farming skills. Last one is Space Pirate. So Stone asked who worshipped... Yeah, it was Elomino who worshipped the dwarf that takes the form of the female skeletal dwarf and is associated with death. So Elomino worships the god of death. And then Lear, Space Pirate, who's the last one, is an ardent worshiper of the deity of Chaos War and Fortresses, naturally, and she also a lady. They're all lady. I'm starting to figure out why this faction doesn't have a lot of fortresses. It's a bunch of ladies. Multiplication is difficult. Also, this is a very small description. She is 77 years old, born on the 9th of Sandstone in the year 124. Her hair is clean shaven. Her hair is pale taupe. Her skin is cinnamon. Her eyes are heliotrope. This dwarf is default. She likes gypsum plaster, trifle pewter, green tourmaline, guava wood, gems and splints, and blue peafowls for their coloration, in the words of the hoary creature. And when possible, prefers to consume gibbon, silvery gibbon, flounder, and cranberry wine, donkey's milk, and pearl mullet flour, and can't stand cave spiders. She personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, dislikes cooperation, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and dreams of raising a family, is bashful and often sad and dejected, and prefers to be alone. She forms strong emotional bonds with others and at times to her detriment, and she can trust others. This is kind of like a mood right now. Has a greedy streak and likes to brawl, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and lives a fast-paced life and tends to make a small mess of her own possessions. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. So something I'm curious about. So once again, we are the murky air of the Plank of Nations. So we have Unib, who is our diplomat slash monk. We have Thykut, who is our general, also a doctor. We have a king, consort, and a baron and a queen who's also a gelder. Continuing on my theory of why we're not a very big faction. Yes, queen and lead gelder. Mm-hmm. How much you want to bet that the king Axdorf is gelded? It's like 2 monks, a general, a king, and a queen. Off with their ball. This is funny. This is a very funky faction. No, in order to have an affair with the queen, it's off with their balls. Come on. Don't want any unfortunate accidents. Well, all right. I'm very amused by that, to be honest. So what I think we're going to do... is figure out where the hell we're going to settle. What is that? There's blue stuff in that tree. Oh. So the repellent ooze is actually landing on the trees at the corners. So I'm kind of sad that the repellent ooze that's raining into this lake is blue. Because like it is constantly raining in this lake. And it is raining like basically blue gunk. But it's blue gunk. So unfortunately... it's not going to be super obvious that it's raining blue gunk. But there are fish. We got sailfin mollies and such. Not an entirely haunted biome. So the lake is haunted, or rather the lake is sinister. The lake is called the Stupid Lake. That's the name of it. I didn't name it that. So it is called the Stupid Lake. And it is haunted. The lake is. The rest of the world, no. So I'm thinking we build in this corner over here. Although it's kind of a small, or it feels like a small embark after the last embark. Also because like so much of it is this hill, but it's actually like, it's a normal size embark, the default. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we settle on that little beach down there. Is it hazardous? Only if we walk on it. And so I also don't, so what time of year is it? It's early winter. I don't know if anything's going to freeze. Let snow. No. So we are pretty far south. So this whole area down here has snow. This has snow. I don't know if we're going to get snow because we are kind of in this jungle. Also, that Murky Mirrors is the fortress that's literally right next door. Spitting distance, even. There's goblins all down here that all have access to us. So we could get invaded. There's also tons of elves up here who will probably come and trade with us. What group are they? The Grey Ford of the Umbral Volcano. Elven Forest Retreat of Sly. Of style neutral. They are neutral style. Their style is neutral. So is it hazardous? Probably not. Would be my guess. So I'm thinking we get rid of this kind of thing right here. I need a dwarf to do the wood cutting. We're going to give you wood cutting, Dank Penguin. What else do you like? Rose gold, deer antler. Let's give you that. We'll give you mechanics. And I'll give you weaving and clothes making and leatherworking. actually need to walk to your fortress too? Yeah, well, we play this game quite differently. I like large worlds. It's also not that small. Did I not just give you? Let's give you wood cutting as well. We'll grab an axe. We brought axes, right? Copper pick. Okay, we got a pick. Two copper picks. All right, so we have no axes. Which... Digging it is, then. Right, well, guess we'll have to import axes. Probably I have a theory as to why. Let's give you mining, and you mining. I have a theory as to why. It's possible that the value of our anvil, because our faction doesn't appear to have, yeah, we got to make an axe. We got to make axe. We have pickaxes, so it's fine. But well, it is possible. I just have to find metal. I have to figure out where we're gonna start. I mean, bottom right of the map has metal, so you know what, this is gonna be where we start, because there's a little bit of dirt right there. So we're just gonna dig in a few tiles and start digging down. Man, absolutely is possible. It's just a little bit annoying, but we turned all of our axes into guitars. Yeah, it's a common problem. I wasn't really paying attention on the embark. I was paying attention on the first one, and then I selected axes, I think, but... You dwarfed the burning witches. Oh, no. You just added beards. You didn't dwarf them. But thank you very much for your amazing art. Hey, we found gold. That's useless. Fancy, but useless. More gold. Also useless. Great. Let's see how deep this goes. Layer 50? Okay, nice and shallow. Can I make toys from gold? I mean, we can absolutely I can make toy axes from gold. Yeah, sure. But so we do also have a problem that I haven't mentioned yet. I can't actually smelt the metal because I have no wood to burn. No charcoal. Yes, that's the wrong button. Button next to the one. So basically we need to go into masonry. Guess I didn't. So basically we need to go into masonry. Yeah, it's currently not possible. There is currently no way for me to make an axe. So there is no stone axes. You can't make a stone axe. I mean, I could make an obsidian axe, I think? No, I think you can make obsidian axes, but I mean, I could make a wood axe, but I'd have to be able to chop down a tree to do that. And I have no way of chopping down trees. Keep digging for lava? That's kind of the plan. But we also need to strike more than just gold. Well, we found the first cavern lair. Appears to be full. Oh, shit. Well, I can just dig through. That's convenient. Wait, hold up. What's that? Galena. All right. That's what we need. Galena. Perfect. It's something. I'm just sealing this off so that I have a little bit more control over where we go. And a bunch of cave swallow people. Feathered man with wings and head of a bird. Get to that first. Make sure nobody leaves. Where are we digging? Well, we found our second cavern. I love how shallow this world is. I'm actually going to stop working on this one. Let's just get those wall pieces done. I just don't really want those serpent people coming in. We're just going to seal this all off. Sweet. Let's seal this off. I'm going to jump up to this, well, up to the surface of the fort here. And I'm going to make a non-metal ore stockpile. I'm going to make a mason shop because I think I have a mason. So at the very least, we can make some doors and start working on blocks. Get some tables done. But first caravan, we need to trade for an axe, basically. So actually, chat, we have two ways that I could do this. I could either trade for an axe with the first caravan. It's option number A. Option B. Oh, what? Oh, I see, because they're hauling all of them. I get it. Option A is we dig down to lava, build lava forges, and make a pickaxe. That's option A. Option B is instead of doing that, we... This is so strange, why? I think I'm actually going to live here, like right here. I think this is going to be where we're going to build the fort. It's going to be like a middle layer cavern fort. But anyway, option A is we wait for traders, and then we trade for an axe when it shows up. Option B is we dig down to the lava and make a pickaxe. I'm sorry, I'm like very scatterbrained today. Option A, we dig down, we trade. Option B, so basically we trade or we lava. What do we do? Trade or lava, trade or lava, trade or lava. Those are the options. Oh shit, you're right. We could deconstruct the wagon. I always forget about that. That's not very dwarfy though. I didn't even think about that, but yes, absolutely. We totally could do that. Okay, so lava, trade, or wagon. Lava, trade, or wagon. What do we do? We could do any of the three, really. Apologies for being a confusing, scatterbrained little weirdo today. Chat seems to be wagon. Chat is team wagon. All right, well, we'll be team wagon then. I'm also not certain if that's where the fort's going to end up being down there. Wagon is certainly the fastest. Use wagon for beds? We'd literally get 3 beds then, no. It's not like you get like 20 beds out of it. I'm going to do this. This is the smartest. Lava's easy. I'm not going to get it to the surface. The thing about this world that you're forgetting is this map is 53 Z levels deep, meaning lava is at like layer 30, 40. So no. Yes, it's raining ooze. It's called the stupid lake for a reason. So no, we're not going to pump lava up. Absolutely not. Raining ooze? It's raining ooze over the lake in the corner. Also, these ducks appear to be, they have a fever. Apparently the ooze gives you a fever. Interesting. The ducks are cursed. They have a fever. If that counts as cursed, then pretty sure most of our species gets cursed every fall. All right, let's just dig up this entire layer, and we can just construct it down here. I've got a pretty neat fort idea, actually. An idea that I've never done before, so. So we have gold, lead, and silver. Not very useful. But I'm pretty sure I can make, yeah, I can make axes out of. Although here's the issue. How much silver do you get per galena? Because we're going to have limited. Was start bottom and the image was just a sad duck. Custom stockpile. Let's make it for that. Finished goods, leather, cloth, woods. Maybe not wood. Weapon, that, and that. We'll make a food stockpile right next to it. Just trying to get everything over here. I mean, I'm pretty suspicious of those ducks with a fever. We don't want the bird flu. Hey, Thunum. We have, you know what? Chat can tell you where we've settled. Chat can tell you what happened. It's been entertaining so far, I'll put it that way. It's good to see you, though. Welcome back. The stupid lake in Michigan. Not the stupid lake. I know that a drake is a duck. You have discovered a deep pit. Where is this deep pit? I don't see no deep pit. It's not a very deep, deep pit. I don't understand how a house can be haunted, yet there's many TV shows about it, so. It's also not haunted, it's sinister. Haunted is a different, like, definition. It rains slime. Yeah, exactly what Whitcote said. Is a Dat Calther an asker of dumb questions? Because I think so. Dwarf tastes delicious. It's like, you know, someone's probably made a meal called a dwarf. What does Sinister do? Various things. This one, it appears to be raining an ooze. But it's over the lake, so it's fine. You need architecture, which I'm going to give to you. You wasted a day on choosing a mechanical keyboard. I mean, it's a good thing to waste a day on. How you doing, cutest? Yeah, it's only slightly evil, so it rains ooze, basically. It's only sort of slightly evil. You did it to yourself, Calthor. Yeah. But how are you today, cutest? You want to know something amazing? I've been live for 4 hours. You are the first moderator to tune in today. True story. But this faction seems to be bathed in worshipping gods of chaos, and every single one of my starting 7 dwarves are ladies, so this is my headcanon as to what they look like. Thank you very much for shrinking them by stretching the image. You didn't choose it? Well, you got it. It was a necessity. 7 lady dwarfs. And we have a form of music called future metal. Oh, it's fine. Oh yeah, and I've named our tavern the Marsh Pit. I haven't built it yet. It's not the Spice Girls, for reference. It's Burning Witches. A band I would like to see. Never seen them. Alrighty, so Taco Nuva, do you have any works? No, you don't. Okay, so I'm gonna give you furnace operating, weaponsmithing, blacksmithing, and metal crafting, armoring. I should have just hit the all button, and wood burning, so that you can do these very important jobs of making us an axe. Although currently they're just filling up these stockpiles, so. If I have a waterfall going into your base, are there enemies that can enter through the water? Depends on if they want to use a water slide. I mean, there are certain types of enemies that don't need oxygen, like titans. But short answer is yes, absolutely. Had a talk on your first English speaking conference. It almost went well. Did it almost go well and then you did your best impression of Rhinestone's subcommand? Which is just the Escape from Tarkov founder just cursing. Smacking a table. I've never heard you speak English out loud, but you type just fine, so. Pretty sure you will immediately set your dwarf hands on fire trying to use the furnace, but it's fine. I mean, somebody has to do it. So you almost smacked the table and started cursing. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you only almost did that and you didn't actually do that. Holy shit, that's a lot of gold. Look at all this native gold we got. Well, at least it's native gold and not immigrant gold. It was a weird joke. I made it anyway. My streaming schedule's pretty packed. It's only packed for 3 days a week, though. Like that's the thing. It's only 3 days a week. Like you're talking to somebody who used to stream 7 days a week, and then after he was done streaming 7 days a week, he then streamed almost as ridiculous a schedule, but 5 days a week. So I mean, I stream like 11 to 14 hours on the days that I stream, but you need to remember, my bed is like 4 meters that way. You have a good night, Diamond, or a good lurk, Diamond. Like my bed is like 4 meters that way, right? So I don't have a commute. Do I think there will be a deluxe version of this? No. Why would there be a deluxe version of this? So we discovered a deep hole, meaning we're actually in like a combo version of like the third and fourth caverns. Yeah, there it is. So like this is the third cavern, or the second cavern right here. This is the third cavern right here, right below. You can see orthoclase, more water. Neat. We can like peek in there. See any metals down there. But we can see the third cavern layer, which is kind of cool. What are those? Bone opal. Gotta love some bone opals. I think that we are going to sell gold crafts. That's going to be our export. Because look at all this gold. I don't know what that is, Darren, so I hope so, if that's something you're interested in. I'm also going to... Must be an aquifer right there, what? Huh. Weird. I've never seen the movie Willow. I know of the existence of... I've heard the name Willow before, so I could say that I know of the movie Willow, but I've never seen... Oh shit, we got black sand? We got black sand? Red sand? Oh, this is sexy. We're gonna have to make a cavern. Can enemies pass through a screw pump? No. But they could topple a screw pump. I'm going to, hit the right button. I'm gonna pasture all my animals right there. You require masonry. Give you masonry. So you go construct that, and we can get you working on doors and all that other jazz. So I'm gonna go into priority number 1, and we're going to dig out this chunk right here. But designating all instead of automating. And this is gonna be where we make our farms and garden. Gotta make booze. Booze don't wait. Cave Swallow Man is fighting with what? An Olm. Giant Olm. Seems to be an epic battle, but I think that the Giant Olm is winning. Even though the Cave Swallow's woman, swordsman, bashes the Giant Olm with her tower cap blowgun, bruising the skin, and the Force Twins twists the neck. But I look at this, and I look at the kill to death ratio, and I go, well, actually, no, never mind. Okay. Maybe Giant Olm lose. Maybe they got this giant olm. Come on, guys. Come on, little cave swallow people. Keep smacking it. It's berserk. There's blood everywhere. Oh my god, it's distressing. The cave swallow swordswoman bashes the giant olm in the head with her tower cap blowgun. Okay, you know, I think that the I think that this olm's gonna die. That's why it's in the title G2G mode. Yep. It's a new fortress in the Crimson Pulley world. So, new fortress / new series in the world of the Crimson Pulley. Let's make charcoal for all of the charcoal that we have. Oh, geez, there's actually like more stone right here. Not what I was expecting. It's enough space for us to grow stuff on them. See if that's technically above ground or below ground. Yeah, it's all good. But yes, this is a new fortress in a world that I've been building in for a while, but with a faction that I've never played with before. So some new, some old. Let's make 2 doors, 2 tables, 2 thrones, and blocks. Repeat. And I'm going to make... Wait, what? Bayberry wood logs. Okay, well, they haven't chopped down the tree. Furnace, smelter. And spring has arrived. Would you look at that? So I guess it's not going to snow here. I'm kind of sad about that. It's kind of hoping the lake would freeze and it would snow, but no luck. But yeah, so this is a fortress on the edge of a lake called the Stupid Lake. What is this music? It's not technically music. It's a noise generator. Twitch sucks. It's a noise generator that I donate $5 a year to. It has like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ambient noise generators. Some of them are like music, like this one, like pretty musical. Some of them are just like weird bird sounds. So I, you know, vary them up. But because like rules with music on Twitch are really weird, I just use these noise generators and I keep them pretty low. So it's like if you want to just listen to your own music over top of it, you're probably fine. You're probably good to just do that. I need more field farmers. So Space Pirate, you can be a field farmer. So you're going to haul that boulder and then go be a field farmer, hopefully. Thought it was something from Minecraft? Nope. But I can change it just by twiddling the dials too. Like if I turn up this, turn down this, turn that up, make it sound kind of different. Fresh depend. But yeah, no, there's lots. It's one of those neat channels, and like if you uh-oh. Oh, are there wild turkeys? Oh shit! I was like, why are my turkeys getting attacked? They're not, but there are wild turkeys. There's also hungry heads and jabberers. Jabberers are kind of terrifying, so we need to be careful. How close are we to the jabberers? Pretty far from the jabberers. I may or may not have broken. fixing it. But yeah, no, there is like hundreds on there. Last fortress ended spectacularly. Missed that part of the stream. Was at work. Can I go into detail? I kind of don't want to, because I don't want to like just be spoiling what happened in the last fortress while recording the next fortress. But let's just say that we fought with Hell and Hell won. Without spoiling it entirely. Reason nobody's built that yet. They're too busy just hauling boulders. Right, how many charcoal did you make? 3? I need to pause the masonry gig. It's more just, the only reason I don't want to just like blab about it is because it's for the YouTube people. All right, man, I can make Electrum. Why in the world would I want to do that? And we'll use a Gabbro block. I'm just imagining somebody settling their very first fortress ever and the lake bugs out like that and they just all drown. Yeah, I mean, there's YouTube people who watch these too, and there's more and more of them. There is more and more of them, slowly. Our first fort ended when you caved the entire mountain on top of everyone. Did you just dig out an entire layer? Did you do that intentionally? Or was that a big oopsie? Or was it just a, wonder what'll happen? Because the whole mountain would just go, thunk. That's kind of amazing, but. Just a kid stepping on a giant anthill. All right, so I have silver bars. We just need to wait for this to get made with any metal smithing, and then I can make a silver axe. But right now, the dwarves are all sleeping. There's an adder fighting. The heck's an adder? Adder boy. Something else I've never seen before in Dwarf Fort. Aside from that other map a minute ago. I was kind of hoping they'd show up. Look at this! You got fucking pandas! Motherfucking pandas! Holy shit, pandas fast. Small tree-dwelling mammal. It's distinctive color. With distinctive color. It's like 90% of streamers that use face rig. Found a red panda. It rears up on its hind legs when cornered and uses its front paws like little hands. She is skinny and her hair is orange. Her legs are black. Her head and tail are striped with orange and black, and her head is pale chestnut in her skin. Her eyes are brown. This is very quick. I wonder if it's gonna try and kill my dogs. Oh, it's panicking. That's off to a good sign. Good start. I don't fully understand the internet's infatuation with red pandas, if I'm being completely honest, but... Battle axe! There we go. We now have axe. As we continue to dig deeper. Well, not deeper, but dig out this thing. Spot. Stuff. Red pandas are superior to normal pandas? I don't really have an opinion. Your wife and you love regular pandas, but yeah, I like my favorite instance of panda in just in existence. Sweet, that is considered underground. My favorite instance of pandas is that YouTube video that went viral a bajillion years ago, which is just the baby panda going, "Achoo!" and mom going, "Ah!" That's the best video, one of the best videos on the internet. Like, top 10 best videos all time, no questions asked. That is one of the greatest things ever caught on film, is the baby panda sneezing and startling the shit out of its mom. Because that's just being a kid in, like, the literal sense. Like, that's just life as a child. It's just being a baby panda and they're just sneezing. I mean, Troopin's name is literally Troopin Panda, so if Troopin Panda is sensitive about you saying that red pandas are superior, then... You like the gif with the panda rolling down the hill? I think I've seen that one. You like both pandas? So you don't discriminate between pandas? I'm just shocked because I've seen a panda in Dwarf Fortress. Although, I don't think... Red pandas aren't like regular pandas, and they don't like exclusively eat bamboo, right? Yeah, like they're like called pandas, but they're not actually pandas. They're like a different thing. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, I can also unsuspend that. They're raccoons? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. More like a fox / raccoon. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because, like, there are actual just pandas in Dwarf Fortress, but they tend to go extinct. And the reason they tend to go extinct before World Gen ends is because there's almost never enough bamboo for them to actually eat. Because they need to graze. And the odds that bamboo exists where they happen to spawn and that they have enough of it to not die is very unlikely. They usually just go extinct really early on in World. This is pretty accurate to real life, unfortunately. Are clumsy goofballs, which are unfortunately kind of lazy to breed to preserve their species. I don't know. Most animal types like that, I don't fully understand their popularity. I'll put it that way. We are, however, going to clear cut a whole bunch of wood here. I don't know what I'm actually going to do with it, but maybe just start making shit out of gold. Actually, yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to do. Just going to queue this up and just, like, make charcoal on repeat for a little bit. I'm very skilled with the wood burner. I'll wait for somebody to make us a carpentry shop. I can't remember if I assigned a carpenter. I might have. I'll be honest though, I think that like my annoyance with red pandas is partially like face rig and Twitch. It's like I think I would like red pandas a lot more if they weren't like the most common animal avatar that I see on Twitch. And so I associate it with a couple of streamers that just annoy the crap out of me. Let's just make 2 buckets. Let's make 2 wheelbarrows. Not that, because I fat thumbed that. And why do I keep hitting A? Habit, I guess. What else do we need here? Bed. Never watched a new fortress being built on my stream? Happens every couple weeks. You almost you also missed a fortress being drowned on this stream a couple minutes ago. Although it wasn't much of a stream, it was more like 7 dwarves standing in the middle of a field, but 7 dwarves standing in a field drowning. So now if you would like to add on to this and you want to make me read stuff, go to the Add a Word Stories room and add words to the Add a Word Stories room. And then once every few hours, someone can make me read all of the added words. So careless alteration alludes to nothing. Returning empty cart carriages to the carriage of Nutella carriages shop. We can't stop the swans. It doesn't make a lot of kebab sales. Stop plotting destruction of my apple pie. Start grinding potatoes. Sneak into oval-shaped tube to get exquisite balls of steel. I've tried nothing. Always sleep. There you go. Already caught up. Perfect. A jabber is just like kicking the ever-living shit out of a crundle down in the basement. I mean, I spend all this time making these apple pies, and then I turn around and they're all gone. Phantom, stop destroying my apple pies. Like, seriously, you're sitting... I've made 47 of them, and you're just sitting there staring at them, plotting their inevitable destruction. This is like abuse to my apple pie-dom. How in the world am I supposed to maintain a healthy supply of apple pies if you just keep on planning their destruction? Like, this isn't fair to my pies. It's true. Make a raising bridge. I have no idea how I'm building this fortress so far, or yet. And I also haven't figured it out yet. Do know that I do need a trade depot. It's gonna go right there and be made out of lead. So you up here, we're going to... Let's just smelt some of these. Smelt some native gold. We'll make some native gold crafts. Although, what craft should we make? Figurines? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Crundles are just getting brutalized by those jabbers down in the basement. The sad part is, I kind of had an idea of how I was going to build this, but it's going to be a pain in the dick now. As I've kind of built underneath it, but that's fine. Let's actually just go down here and just clear cut the trees around the base of this. This will make this easier. Elves might be pissed at us, but that's okay. We're an evil faction, so if we're going to, like, murder all the elves... Ooh, gold chains. Not a bad idea, actually. Our swag binds us. This is true. What happened in the last few hours? Chat, what happened? I don't know. Have you really been gone for a few hours? Well, actually, yes, you have been. Chat, do you guys want to tell Infinity Smiles what happened to Infinity Smiles and friends? In the first fortress that we embarked on today? Water. Lots and lots of water happened. You may notice that we are settling on the same lake. How horribly did they die? They didn't die, actually. The fortress is still technically there. But the water spawn bugged out and spawned the water at the wrong layer. So long story short, the whole thing flooded. I don't call the Deadly Smiles ate Urdog, Lemon strung the smith after he chopped down his favorite tree. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure, Thanom, that you weren't here. So everything Thanom says can or cannot be trusted, depending on whether or not you trust Thanom with your life. So I would maybe not necessarily recommend trusting what Thanom has to say. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Doesn't seem that trustworthy, but I mean, that is, however, up to you whether or not you would like to trust Thanom and their possible truthfulness or possible bullshittery. Can't quite tell. The water took them? Sure, yes. Now that the boy band part, definitely, especially considering there isn't a single male dwarf in this fortress right now. Oh, looks like the count might be going on a motorway. No offense, but there are very few people in Twitch chat you would trust with anything. That's fair. I don't think that there needs to be any offense there. I mean, I wouldn't trust myself with many things either, so. All right. Let's suspend that for a little bit. Let's let you go chop down trees. I really need a still. The red panda is fighting with a dog. I'm just going to say that I think that the dog is winning. Also, there's a dead animal up here. What is that? Oh, it's an adder. Well, I think these dogs need to be trained for military purposes. Hold up. Or not military. They need to be trained as hunting dogs. Set that as an animal training zone. Not that I have a single animal trainer yet, but... This is not the safest spot to sleep because it's in the middle of the caverns, but I'm going to put a temporary sleeping zone down here. And also the marsh pit, our tavern. Can go down there. So at the very least, the dwarves can sleep somewhere, Also need you to take a break from making charcoal, because I'm sure that we have plenty of charcoal. And you can swap over to brewing. Let's also... Okay, good. We do have order cancellations on. See those. Sweet, first bridge is done. So I'm also kind of just waiting for those trees to finish getting hacked down around the edge there. We'll get there. I actually don't need to do these ones up top, just the ones around the edge. Because I'm going to get rid of like a good chunk of this dirt here. It's all going to go away. Same with on this side. I have an idea in my head for what I kind of want to build, but in order to do that, I need to remove some of this dirt. I mean, you know what's something funny about Sock Smell? Their name isn't Socks and they don't mel. Wah, wah, wah. You heard it here first. Smelting some native gold ore. And... really sucks that we can't make gold clothing. Just gonna throw that out there. Let's make like a gold goblet first, just so that we have some gold. We can make gold toys. Man, we could be toy makers. I think what we need to make is gold figurine. Repeat until we run out. Uh-oh. There's a Reacher fighting with our expedition leader. I'm going to tell my soldiers to kill this Reacher. It scared my dwarves real bad, but... seems to be dead. Yep, it is indeed dead. All right, so, I think I'm going to make a corpse pile. Why do I always like need to read this menu? An eagle. It's an echidna. Oh, my knuckles. So what I need to do here, essentially what I need to do here, is I need to build rock walls around the edge of this. That is what I need to do. And that is what we're going to do. This area down here is going to have a thing constructed in it. I don't know what it's going to turn into, but I'm going to mine out like this entire layer more or less. Or rather, remove all of the built stuff around it, and we're going to start building in here. These are going to be a dormitory for right now. Also, investments are open, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. I've never really done like a constructed fortress like this in caverns, so this is going to be a weird kind of experiment for me. This is going to be new stuff. New ground, shall we say, for me. Hey, Aegis. Hope you're doing well. Also, I haven't said this enough today, but chat, there's been a really good turnout today. Lots of people hanging out and watching, so thank you very much. Swinging by, talking, chatting, hanging out. A little quiet on the money front, but that's fine. What did I have for dinner? The exact same thing I had the night before, and the exact same thing I had every single stream night last week. I meal prep everything before I stream, so my dinners are exceptionally boring. Pasta with homemade tomato sauce. Microwaved. It was fine. It was edible. Thanks for the $2, Anonymous. Cheers. You just like increased my revenue on the day by about 10%, I would say. Just at an estimate without looking at it. Doing this like this so that they don't get themselves stuck. And yes, I know I can't engrave these, but you know, I really don't care. I wonder if we built that trading depot yet. I hope we did. I'm vegan. So, no. Well, I'm a vegan who cheats. I eat vegan at home. But if I go out, I'll eat meat. So, no. I also had a salad. Your definition of fulfilling doesn't fit my definition of fulfilling. No, what I eat when I stream is really, 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 really boring because I have to meal prep. So. Yes, and there's a difference between being a member of Twitch chat and being an ass. So don't be an ass. I have very strict dietary restraints because of health problems. So, I mean, you know, it's your call. But I'll have you know it was very tasty and filling. So it was as good as it can be, albeit a bit boring. It's only a hard choice if you think it's a hard choice. But, you know, if you are creative with your food, it's fine. I really like cooking. So it's not a hard thing for me at all, actually. It's really fucking easy. Not everything needs meat in order to be fulfilling. Look at that. Damn. That's a hell of a win. Did everybody who invest win? Really? That's rare. How are we doing on booze? We're running low. Hunter, since you're kind of becoming our dwarfy jobs, our multi-job dwarf, we're gonna give you that. Just tell you to go brew some booze for us. Go brew some booze. There we go. Need somebody with plant gathering. Okay, there was a Reacher fighting, but it's fighting with something that isn't a concern to us. Yeah, I have absolutely no problem with eating meat, but meat is expensive, and I don't think it's something that people should eat every day. I think it's something that you should eat maybe once a week, if that. The vast majority of my diet's a lot of nuts and beans and greens and healthy food. A lot of grains. Like I said, I enjoy cooking, so it's not exactly a difficult thing. Having limitations when cooking is a fun challenge. So there's that. Like, I had a chicken wrap over the weekend. Meat isn't fun for me necessarily. What's my opinion on surface versus mountain forts? My opinion is you're wrong by saying versus. What do I feel like doing today? Do I feel like doing a surface fort or a mountain fort today? Do I feel like doing an underground or an above ground? Do I feel like doing a deep fort or a shallow fort? There's lots of different options. Your problem is you've limited yourself to only two. I like variety. but like chicken should be something that we eat as a rare treat, not something that you eat with dinner every day. The way that we breed chickens is inhumane and rather disgusting. So that's my take. And I'll eat beef occasionally, but I think in this year I've had red meat twice. Once in a restaurant and once because I hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I bought myself a small steak. Very small steak. Very, very, very little cut. Seared it up. Medium rare. It was delicious. Turned out real nicely. It's Thursday. So I don't support things that I don't like. And I don't really like a large portion of the food industry. I'm also a type 1 diabetic, and it's way easier to manage blood sugar if you're not eating a lot of fatty foods. A lot of meats are very fatty. I know someone's going to be like, chicken's lean. Yes, I know. But it's way easier to manage my blood sugar if I'm not eating meat. That was the straw that broke the camel's back on that one. Squash dumplings? I made dumplings last winter. Not with squash specifically. I made fruit dumplings specifically. I made apple dumplings. What do you call it? I'm growing squash, actually. I have a community plot at a local community garden with my mom that I split. I also have a big garden out on my porch. But we're growing squash. Now, I worked in the food industry for years, and that's also part of it. I worked specifically in fast food, and so when I look at food things that people eat on the regular, I know what a lot of the preparation of that looks like, and it's not exactly appetizing. If you'd been using paper straws, you wouldn't have broken the camel's back. Goddamn plastic straws breaking camel's backs. Wrong kind of straw, but yes. I mean, if he'd been using, instead of using like paper straws, if we'd just been using Twizzlers as straws instead. But I'm not one of those crazy people who, to be clear, I'm not one of those crazy people who's going to be like shaming others for eating meat. And I'm also not one of those crazy people who's going to go yelling about how, what's the word I'm looking for here? Yelling about how, like, how other people should eat. I'm not trying to control other people's diets. It's just how I function. I'm going to give them a chair and throne. Just trying to seal this up here. Yay, we have 80 drink now. We have some more plant again. Still brewing drink from plant? Looks like you stopped. Perfect. Needs unrotten drink plants. Perfect! We are also making gold figurines. Taco Nova is making gold figurines for us. How many gold figurines have you made? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's a few. Vaulted! Thanks for gifting 10 subs, dude! Holy shit. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Shoutouts to Infinity Smiles who just got one. Anybody who just got landed with a sub, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Courtesy of Faulted. As well as the emotes and all that jazz. Taco dodged it. Thanks, Anonymous, for the $1. Cheers. That's going to be my office for my manager. So now that all those trees are down around the edges, I'm going to hack down all this, except for that. That can stay. And then we're going to cut out all of this dirt here. This is all going to go. And then we're going to do the same on the side of the hill. So Space Pirates continuing to work on hacking down those. We're going to come over here and place that. Thanks, Frog. Cheers, dude. It's a little hype train. You can unlock crappy emotes and go for high scores. It's a good time. Or can be a good time. It's cute. Kind of is. Level 3 hype train. Cheers, dude. Is that boulder being carried by something? Must be. Getting used in that last piece over there. Let's mine out all of this, or all the stuff that they can reach anyway. And then everything else we can just cancel. But thank you much for helping keep this weird stream funded. With the bits and gift subs. Big thanks. Do I read books? And if so, what's your favorite? I'm reading a book right now. What's my favorite? Fiction or nonfiction? I don't read a lot of books because my eyes are shit. Either or. I'm going to be a nerd. My favorite book is probably... Well, this is the book that I'm reading right now. It's a copy of Procedural Storytelling and Game Design, edited by Tarn Adams and Tanya Short. Tanya Short being the founder of Kit Fox Games, and Tarn Adams being a you should know. But my favorite book that I've read recently is probably the first part of that series, which is procedural level design, procedural levels in game design, procedural generation in game design, with the But it's just got a bunch of excerpts and chapters by developers that I heavily respect. I read the ebook of Masters of Doom, which is really fucking good, and I'd like to get a hard copy of that. Tanya X Short. I think you'd like Tanya's job title more. She's not the CEO of Kit Fox or founder of Kit Fox. She's the captain of Kit Fox Games. It's her official title. She's the captain of Kit Fox Games. If I had to pick a favorite fiction, probably Treasure Island. Is it okay to like children's books? Not the most politically correct book these days, but it's a fucking classic. But I don't read a ton of books. I mostly read nerdy game design books. Is generally what I read. Captain Short! Dude, fucking Treasure Island's a goddamn children's book. Come on. But yes, I do quite like Treasure Island. But yeah, I'm not a huge reader. Mostly due to my eyes. I probably would read more if I could see better. Or if I could read Braille. But because of my eyes, it's really difficult to read. I get eye strain very quickly, so I have to do it in very short sessions. You're singing a song? What are you singing? You're reciting a poetry. It will tell is an example of the Velvety Pantomime. Chat, there's 30 seconds left if you want to extend that hype train or join in. But regardless, thank you very much for the level 3 hype train. You just used the broiler of your oven for the first time? Really? What for? Velvety Pantomime is a poetic riddle concerning the future, originating in the Book of Conjures. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems, which can be recited. The first part is intended to describe the subject of the poem, and the rhyme scheme repeating each stanza, and I don't know what that is. And the second part is intended to develop the previous idea, and the third part is intended to make an apology. Okay. Are you any good at this poetry? You're competent. Well, thank you very much for the $2 and the 10 subs. Cheers, chat. Also, shout out to this person who left a comment on my Songs of Six interview from earlier in this year. This person commented 32 minutes ago, and this is a quote from the interview. And this is an actual quote from the interview. I play this game so that I can simulate enslaving entire races and not doing it, and instead of doing it in reality. Yep. Yep. One of my favorite quotes from that interview was, I really hope that some possible future dictators will get all of their dreams out by just playing my video game instead of doing it in reality as well. Chat, if anybody would like a glass maker, a dwarf just showed up. Educational tag? That looks like math. I'm not teaching math. The stream is educational, but not in math. Faulted? Faulted. Thrower. Faulted, you are a worshipper of Kilaneth Renkig Shreshmot. Definitely. Is the frightful strangeness, a deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with torture and misery. None yet. I'll let you know when some stoneworkers show up. He is 52 years old, born on the 8th of Hematite in the year 150. And his sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his hair is clean-shaven. His head is somewhat short, and his ears have nearly fused lobes, and his nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is blue, and his skin is cinnamon, and his eyes are bronze. He likes orpient, iron, and sunstone, crystal glass, and sheep's wool, and giant parakeet parchment, and short swords and leather armor, totems, and dogs for their loyalty. I should make some of those dogs pets. He personally is somewhat put off by trade. Holy crap, that's a very short, ambitious thing. Anyway, he's personally put off by trade and commerce and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and values self-control and finds that those that develop the skills of weapons and fighting distasteful and doesn't really value merrymaking. Dreams of raising a family, isn't particularly ambitious, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is very humble, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and stiffens up when he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm going to give you all of these tasks, all the healthcare jobs, because that seems useful. I'm also going to give you farming and plant gathering and animal training. Let's let some pop in. You have a clerk. An adequate liar. What kind of skills do you have? None. Great. You know, I kind of just want to do this. You're a clerk. Go away. I don't need you. I don't generally do that, but... Esm, the mason. Would that work, Stone? No, I expelled the adequate liar because I don't need a clerk. But we can give you the next adequate liar. I'm being a bit weird about this fort because this fort has such strong opinions that I was like, adequate liar? Nah, no trusty. Get out. But stone, will this work? I'm asking if you want this dwarf because you asked about any stoneworkers. This is a mason. Yes. Okay, there you go. You worship also the deity of torture and misery. I really wish that the deity of torture and misery wasn't just a female dwarf. I wish it was like a butterfly demon or something, but you know. Lady Dwarf of torture and misery, and she is 66 years old. Wait, hold on a second. Before I do something else. Faulted, you are the only male dwarf in this fort, by the way, currently. At this exact moment, you are the only male dwarf in this fort. Unless Erath, the woodworker up there, is a male dwarf, but Esm, stone. Personally deeply respects skill at arms and is a firm believer in the value of tradition, sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of raising a family. Her hair is somewhat greasy, and her very long hair is braided. Her slightly flattened, broad ears are fused-lobed, and she has a round chin. Her eyebrows are short, and her eyebrows are quite long. Wait, what? Sorry, what? She has a broad chin, her eyelashes are short, and her eyebrows are long. Oh, short eyelashes, long eyebrows. Gotcha. Her eyes are somewhat short. Her ears are I can't read today. Her ears are somewhat short, and her hair is pale taupe. Her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are emerald. There we go. Her eyes are somewhat short, don't worry. And her nose is slightly upturned. She likes fine pewter, leaven, opal, giant emu leather, mountain goat horn, hemp fabric, the color yellow-green, gems and belts and leggings and tables and figurines and dogs for their loyalty and animals for their dewlaps. Whatever that is. And her festive, she likes the sound of the festive sparkles and the sight of the lilac of poets, and when possible prefers to consume pineapple wine and absolutely hates fire snakes. Hold on a second. I need to do a Google. Pineapple wine. No shit. They make pineapple wine. I want to try pineapple wine now. It's like a white wine. Huh. I mean, are you not somewhat short? Not gonna lie, pineapple wine looks like urine. I mean, look at that. It's pea color. I mean, seriously, it's fucking pea color. Huh. You know? Also, hi, Chups. What's up? Many drinks are pea-colored. This one more so than a lot. It is a weird coincidence. There's no meaning to it whatsoever, but... Personally, deeply respects the skill at arms. Okay, has a profound sense of duty and obligation, and does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Hold on a second. You personally deeply respect skill at arms and is a firm believer in the value of tradition. Has a profound sense of duty and obligation, and does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Is typically quite sweet, almost always designed to be served chilled, and sometimes blended with other tropical fruits, and particularly mango and passion fruit. I really would like to try that now. Not only do you avoid stress, you're very stubborn, Stone, and sometimes cruel, and doesn't focus on material goods, and has an active sense of humor. Okay. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is quick to form negative views about things and prefers to present herself modestly, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Good evening, Pablo McShiny Rasta the second. We also have this woodworker. Do you want to be a woodworker? Any takers on the woodworker? Aerith. Thanom kind of called the dwarf. Do you want to be a woodworking? A woodworking dwarf finds the dwarfus? Pineapple, not apple. Pineapple. Yes, the famous apple that grows on vines. Definitely. You do tree work? I mean, Thanum kind of wanted a dwarf, but we'll give this one to Pablo. Pablo? Pablo. You cut down trees every day? Those poor trees, what'd they do to you? God damn it. You also have a pet Keet. You worship Lemouche, who is a deity of the plank of nations. Lemouche often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with chaos, war, and fortresses. One of the more neutral gods in this world. You don't worship the god of death or the god of torture and misery. She is 53 years old, born on the 14th of Sandstone in the year 149. Her hair is somewhat greasy and her very long hair is braided. Her hair is somewhat, also, once again, one dude in this fort. Faulted is the only man in this fort. Every other dwarf is a lady. She is 53 years old, born on the 14th of Sandstone. Her extremely long hair is braided. Her somewhat short ears are fused-lobed. Her emerald eyes have large irises, and her eyebrows are extremely sparse. Her eyelashes are extremely short, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. Well, that's because the French like to make everything sound fancy. Hair down. I need to brush my hair. Which means you can make me put my hair down for the next 24 streams. And maybe get a duck or two. She personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Finds maintaining decorum a silly fumbling waste of time and does not care about friendship. Dreams of creating a great work of art and would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth her point of view in a discussion. Can't handle stress and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She often feels lustful and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to think before acting and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She doesn't often feel envious of others and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And often feels envious of others and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Always stutters when she's nervous, and when she's thinking, she has a tendency to chew on her cheek. She drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. How do you remove a road? Q and then X. To deconstruct. It's like deconstructing anything. You hit Q, select it, and then you press X to remove it. All right, every dwarf is named. Let's wait a few seconds. Got some donkeys, looks like. I'm sorry, what? That's a bug. That is a bug. This is a weird dwarf. She's overthrown by the... I'm just going to expel this one. Because she's just going to hang around and then die. Well, actually, no. I should keep her and let her just hang around and die. But she's overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. This dwarf is broken. Is married, has a lover. Doesn't worship any deities. Or actually, no. Worships all of the deities. Sorry. Interesting. The Thief of Stunts is a deity of the Mirror of Roasting, which is one of the other factions. The thief most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jealousy. Okay. Worship as Anzac Maze Curse. The Last Cat is a deity of the Mirror of Roasting. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lies, treachery, and duty. You don't want this dwarf. This dwarf's going to die in 6 months. Also, why are all of these dwarves female? That's the other question. Also, why is the queen a Gelder? I'm just asking questions. We don't have answers. It is true, though. The queen of this faction is a Gelder. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together over here, okay? And it's missing some nuts. Also, this deity here helped a demon come to the... There's no logical thread that could connect the two. So this faction only has 2 fortresses. Very small population. There's almost none of them. They're almost all female, and the queen is a Gelder. There's no logical threads here. Also, they all worship gods of death and torture. There's no logical threads. None whatsoever. I'm not spotting a single thread between any of this. Also, we have a form of music that a lot of our dwarves like that is called future metal. And of course, I named our tavern the Marsh Pit. The other red apple. The redder, juicier apple. Anyway, so this is the god of caverns, earth, and mountains. Takes the form of a male dwarf. Was I going up or down? Madush is a deity of the mirror of roasting. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with plants, animals, and hospitality. That's a nice god. I like that one. Rodnul, the sapper of hop, the deity of the mirror of roasting, takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with rain, rainbows, and labor. Light and labor. Rain, rainbows, light, and labor. Okay. And then Nikot, Flicker Leaps, is a deity of the mirror of roasting. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with wind, the sky, and sun and peace. So this dwarves people, or this dwarves deities, are completely different because this dwarf is from a different faction. Also, this dwarf is super strange. Can we just, like, rename red delicious apples to red disgusting apples? Because that's kind of what they are. She's married to a bunch of people. Romantically involved with a bunch of people. Worshippers of a bunch of gods. She's a citizen of the Plank of Nations, our faction. A member of the Murky Air, us. And a former member of the Sunny Points. A former member of the Cinnamon of Order. A former member of the Sprayed Hall. The former member of this. So this dwarf is like some sort of criminal or something. Oh, shit. 152? Hold on. Former member of the Crimson Pulley and a former member of the Sweltering Sand. Which one was the Sweltering Sand? Hold up. Which one of my forts was the Sweltering Sand? This dwarf's been in one of my forts before. So this dwarf was in Hotbeards. No, not the Gold Demon Fort. Hotbeards. Further back. Further back. Nobody survived the Demon Fort. Well, actually, apparently 500 people survived Angel Razor. No, the Hotbeards is the second one, not the first one. Second one. First one was Umber Bulwark, but it was very short. It's the one that I flooded. Accidentally. So the first one was Umber Bulwark, which I flooded by mistake. This is Hotbeards, which was the one with water cannons. So this dwarf came from Hotbeards, but is like basically dead. So I guess we'll let you in the fort. How about you? This is a much more normal dwarf. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Worships the deity of misery and torture. 32!
We'll do 32.
That's divisible by 8. That's a fun number. Thank you very much. See, we're educational, jackass. Anyway, chat, can I get a big round of beers for mine, keeping that sum alive for 32 months? 3 plus 2, that's what that equals, right? I don't know. Boop the plushy rat. Play Dwarf Fortress with your rodent. Mouse, rat, whatever. Cripper! Pineapple your beer. Pineapple these nuts! Anyway. So, Obok here. Any takers? Anybody want a dwarf? An engraver? Planom. She is a worshipper of Genlath, beguiled, stranged, the frightful strangeness, the deity of misery and torture. She is 82 years old, born on the 28th of Sandstone in the year 120. She has a very broad chin, and her slightly flattened ears have nearly fused lobes. Madness! Madness! Hobo. Yeet. You're a metalhead. I have a question. What would future metal sound like? This faction has a type of music that they like called future metal. So obviously we named our tavern the Marsh Pit because I don't have the word mosh, so I use the word marsh. So we are the Marsh Pit. Also, I'm convinced all of the dwarves in this fortress are female, except one. It's not convinced, that's actually a fact. They're all female except one currently, including the one that we're about to read. And our queen is a Gelder. And there's almost no population in this faction. It's literally like a harem kingdom. Revolution, right? Okay, hold on a second. Just for clarity's sake, this faction has the fort that we're in right now, this fort, which is a hillock named Maze Laborers, and this fort, which has 300 dwarves in it, right? This faction's... Also, by the way, Wilmer, I know that you're still lurking, right? You were in that first fort that we started that bugged out, so I had to retire it and make a new one, which is like right left of ours. Anyway, you traveled to the mountain home and you're now the outpost liaison. By the way, that's how small this faction is. You just like walked home and now you're the outpost liaison. Like, oh, hey, somebody showed up. Fuck, let's make you the outpost liaison. So anyway, yeah, you're the outpost liaison. But yeah, the queen of this faction is Reg, who's a Gelder. We do also have a king, who's an axe dwarf. And our general is a suturer, probably to sew all the nuts shut. You can live with that? I mean, you're gonna show up once a year and hang out. That makes you feel old. Wow, thanks, Spielworks. But yeah, this is a very weird faction so far. I kind of love it, though. You don't know how you feel about the queen being a Gelder? Do you think that she's a legendary Gelder? Because those are so hard to get. Anyway, who was I reading? Thanom. Thanom is a very broad chin, slightly flattened short ears, nearly fused lobes, and her eyebrows are quite sparse. Her nose bridge is convex, and she has cinnamon skin. Her slightly wrinkled hair, her cinnamon skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is taupe with a touch of gray. That's new. And her long hair is neatly combed, and her eyes are aquamarine. And her eyes are slightly wide set. Oh, you just got that the queen... You just understood what I was getting at with the queen being a Gelder? TLDR, for those of you who don't understand, a Gelder removes the balls off of the male cow. Most of the dwarves in this faction are female, from what I've seen so far. And the population is very low. Put 3 and 3 together, and things make a lot of sense. Also, we all worship the god of misery and torture. If that's not the hammer on the nail in the coffin, then I don't know what is. But this is going to be a fun playthrough, I think. Legendary Gelder sounds awesome for a queen. Certainly intimidating. It's certainly intimidating. It makes perfect sense. You literally put those things together. Somebody like clip that and I'll make it into a YouTube short and annoy all those people that don't like shorts. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she occasionally overindulges, and she has an active sense of humor, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and can handle stress. Yay, one can finally handle stress, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Also, we're trying to repopulate this faction. That's kind of part of this. The one dwarf that hasn't been named here is Cole, who was part of my previous faction and is overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. I don't know how long this dwarf has been a member of this faction. But why take vasectomy though? I mean, none of these dwarves have arrived gelded, but we only have one man in this fort. There's literally one male dwarf in this fort. Let's see. Are you not? He is not gelded. But he did see Zunter, Dank Penguin, brass words recite, "I will tell" at the marsh pit, and feels some delight. Which is why also there's this fan art in the music room on Discord. Or in the art room on Discord, not the music room. The art room on Discord, which is an image of Burning Witches, which is a band with a bunch of beards. This is this faction, basically. The dwarves ever get gelded? You can't order them to be gelded, but they can be gelded during combat. It is a possible thing. I think you can target that in adventure mode, I think, if they're naked. I'm pretty sure you can. I've had it happen to dwarves before. A gelding blow, yes. And then they have the description at the bottom. Like, you know when a dwarf has teeth missing, it says that they are missing their front teeth or their it says what teeth they're missing. It is possible that they can just say he is gelded, which means he has no junk, basically. He's not packing anything, you know? All right, let's see. Did we get any new ones? All right, 2 more. We got an animal caretaker. Hey, another male. Holy shit. How about you? Okay, so we now have 2 boys in the fort. Chat, does anyone want to be the second boy in the yard? You don't have Twitch on your work phone? Cheers, Faulted. Thanks for gifting out a bunch of subs. Thanks for being awesome, dude. We'll go with Hobo first and Revolution after. Because Hobo hasn't had a dwarf in a fort in a long time. Stoned Hobo is a worshiper of Lemush, who obviously is a deity of chaos, war, and fortresses, and takes the form of a female dwarf, naturally, as is our culture. He's 53 years old, born on the 7th of Hematite in the year 149. We started this world in 152, so like this dwarf is almost as old as the world. He has long sideburns, which are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His nose bridge is very convex, and he has a broad chin, and his somewhat short ears have small lobes. His hair is pale taupe, and his skin is cinnamon. His eyes are raw umber, a new color of eyes. It's 3 colors of eyes. Rem? All right, gotcha. I can do that. And he is very agile and rarely sick and very strong. It's all that working out. He likes selenite silver, faint yellow diamond peach-faced lovebird, leather, and the color pale blue. Grieves and anvils and guinea fowls for their social nature and prefers to consume artichoke wine and can't stand toads. Personally, has great respect for fairness, maintaining decorum, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and values sacrifice and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and rarely feels discouraged. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He likes to brawl and doesn't seek out excitement. He can handle stress and does not often feel lustful. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Check this guy's relations. I can tell you that he does not have any relations because I clicked it for a second. Maybe that's why he still has his balls. So I'm going to take, we'll leave you on animal care and animal training, Hobo. We're going to give you weaving. I'm going to give you metalsmithing, all of the tasks, and stone detailing. So I'm not going to name this cook because this cook is like just going to walk around until they die. So chat, should I expel this cook? Basically, do I want to deal with this cook's body? I don't want to deal with this cook's body. It's like, do I want to make a coffin right away? Why is the cook going to die? She has been overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. Cavern bait? No. Well, I have no control over them, so I can't give them jobs. They're literally just going to wander around until they starve to death. That's why. Yeah, she's already crazy. Showed up crazy. Yeah, no, she's not going crazy. Already is crazy. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll go with Rem. Goodbye, Cole. Might still die on the map, though. There's Thanom. I think that's everybody. 12 dwarves? 12 dwarves. 10 ladies. Hey, we have puppies. Look at that. Speaking of, I need to geld some puppies. Donkeys. Okay. Animals. I'm gonna geld our male dog. Gelding a bunch of dogs. Obo, you also get the task of gelding, by the way. Okay. Can we go gelding again? I mean, do you want there to be 250? You're supposed to leave, Cole. I might have to deal with this dwarf's body anyway. Anyway, are all these trees done being chopped down? Not quite. Vergelding means vengeance? Oh. Huh. Certainly a form of vengeance. Obo, did you hear about Seth Green's NFT? Or his Bored Ape specifically? All right, well, they're going to work through all this first. All right, well, we need to jump up to the surface. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this big area here a gather fruit. And I'm going to hit a capital G and say, don't pick fruit from trees. I'm actually kind of curious. What's around here? What kind of trees do we have? Bayberry? Pears? Cans? Cherries? Almonds? More bayberries? Good stuff. The grand, we got something about, there's apples. Alfalfa. Potato. Man, we're going to eat well. Cranberry. More potato. Hemp. Excellent. Man, imagine if ritual coming of age for girls would have been gelding. I mean, you don't need to imagine. I was gonna say you don't need to imagine that because some societies already do that and it's horrible. But can I just say, so these cave swallows, well, this cave swallow's dead now, right? Mangled corpse. These cave swallows have been running around and fighting with trolls, giant olms, and various other like large creatures enough that this cave swallow woman became an elite wrestler. Trained up to an elite wrestler by killing shit. That's actually kind of impressive. Also, I need to depasture these hunting dogs. We're gonna make a butcher shop. So what you're telling me is you hope that that cave swallows you. Venom. Can they fly? Cave swallows? Or cave swallow people? I don't know. Giant cave spider. Is that on the layer that I'm building on? Quick, seal that. Get that sealed. GCS. Been damaged pretty heavily. But I don't know. None of the cave swallow people are still alive. Oh no, it's a GameCube sensor. Ah. So I don't know if they can fly. Oh hey, we discover another downward passage. Wait. It's from a layer that the GCS is on. Okay, so I've discovered, I think, 2 downward passages? No, okay, just the one. Why did it tell me I did that? I already found that. I found it again, I guess. What are they dancing? They dancing in the marsh pit. The Radiance and Cordial Morning is an example of the intricate luxury. Come on, guys, you gotta play some future metal. If they don't play future metal, I will be very disappointed in these dwarves' inability to play future metal. I want all of these dwarves to be future metal experts. Alright, well, let's jump up to the surface up here because I gotta get this stuff done first if I actually want to do what I want to do. Let's crank up the priority on that. What if future metal is a religious music? It's obviously a religious music. How in the hell would it not be a religious music? Exclamation point tickets, not balance. Look at what other people type in. Those hunting dogs moving around real fast. What's this hole for? So I can build cool shit on the surface. And in order to build the thing I want to build, I have to build it like this. Also, Cutest, are you still lurking? I think you are. I saw that you commented on that image that Diamond wrote. So one of my favorite comments on one of that band's music videos is, these girls' laundry must be really loud. Because they're all just like covered in chains and various like bits of metal. For reference, I'm just gonna link a Burning Witches song. This is what I'm imagining this faction being. For reference, the song that I'm giving you is Burning Witches Dance with the Devil. That's why you gotta keep some mesmerish drummers. I suppose so. Then what's stopping you? That was directed at Frog. If you want to listen to something, listen to it. Well, so far I think this fort's going pretty smooth. Apparently, I'm all out of... Apparently, I'm all out of charcoal. Oh, because I suspended it probably. Let's go back to making charcoal. You know, someone is like freaking out on Reddit because this person got their first ever Helix. It's like, aw, someone is new to this game. Also, Helixes are way less exciting than they sound. Don't tell them. Probably couldn't hear the stream. Natural. Burning witches can mean we are witches on fire. We are doing what our band name says. What's the proper one here? Burning witches? They are really hot witches. Naturally. I realize burning witches, like that statement can have several meanings, but that's the way I've always taken it. I don't know. I'm not a super fan or anything. I just know that they exist. That is about the extent of my knowledge of that band, is that I know that they exist. Interrupted by a bobcat. My hunting dog is fighting with a bobcat. Bobcat with the help of a hunter. This is the bobcat. Seems to be moving pretty quick. Run the right way, Bob Kitty. Vile forces of darkness repelled. What's so dark and vile about Twitchups? Chups is a good pupil. Chups is friend of the stream. No problem with Chups. Definitely no evildoer. Allegedly. Smelt some more gold. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Burning Witches is one of those bands that was put together by the label, right? So they're like a bunch of people that were put together to make a themed thing. Nuclear Blast is a few of those. It's not your prejudices. like I'm pretty certain that band exists because they were a bunch of musicians, part of different bands, and they were put together by their label, which is Nuclear Blast. They've done that with a few bands. I'm trying to think of other ones, but none really come to mind. There's a few of them. Never played Red Dead Redemption 2. So I don't know who that is. Autumn has come. Do I have a plan for this fort? When do I have plans for any of my forts? I have a rough design of how I can build a tower here, which is what I'm going to build, but I never have plans for any of my forts. Long Death wasn't really a plan. It was just, we're just going to keep this fort alive. That's not what I call a plan. exploring and get to know this faction. If you insist on me having plans. But no, not really. Plans versus goals? Sure, yeah. Like I would consider keeping the fort alive for 1,000 year a goal, not a plan. Yeah, like Long Death didn't have any plans. Long Death had a goal. And this has a goal, which is just get to know this faction a little bit. But, I wouldn't really say it has a plan or anything. I will say my current goal is stave off my hunger for another 15-ish minutes and then go get lunch. That is my current plan. Put it this way. People always ask if I have plans for my fort. I don't have plans for tomorrow. Really. Outside of a few things I need to do for work. I don't plan things. I just do shit. Not a very planning heavy person. I don't think I ever will be. Do I have a goal for this fort? No, not really. Will I by the end of today? Maybe. Do you ever have plans for your forts? No, that's necessary for survival. I wouldn't say I plan that. Also, to be completely honest, I don't remember doing any meal prep this week. Because I was very stoned at the time. I just kind of did it, and then I woke up the next day, I was like, I have food, cool. What a place for the wagons to spawn. Right on top of where we're digging. Okay, good. They did make it in. The outpost liaison, Bison Wilmer, has arrived, as well as a caravan from Shem Salom. Fig. We've made some figurines of Setharos already. It is you. You've come to visit us. So now I need a broker. Stoned Hobo is a novice organizer and the only person with any brokerage skills. So Hobo, you get to be our broker, by the way. And Wilmer says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What did I make with the gold bars? Gold figurines. I've said that like 1,000 times. There is so much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world infos. Crossbows? I have no crossbows. So yeah, this faction doesn't have access to iron. Which is interesting. I don't really know what I'm gonna ask for, so I'm literally just gonna ask for anvils. You finally got off work? Hell yeah. This faction is strange. There we go. We finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for craft store ship. I have a question, Wilmer. Why do you want anvils and backpacks or amulets and backpacks so badly? Oh, yeah, that'd do it. Yes, crossbows was definitely long death. Wilmer says, farewell to Sathatos. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. That's just a walking, like, bed. A giant chinchilla. It's gotta count as dog tags. They just like their bling. It's got nothing to do with military. They just want to be, they want to look pretty while they're going out and murdering people. Oh, also, I need to check this for science. Sorry, Wilmer, but I gotta check what's in between your legs. Wilmer's a lady. Naturally. Erdim is a man. Surprising. They're rare here. Servesh, the swords dwarf, is a lady. Jatan is a dude, okay, but a traitor. All of the military are ladies so far. And all of the merchants are male. Maybe we need to, like, have a rule in this fort where... Oh! There's a military dwarf that's not female. Okay. It's not culturally required for all of our warriors to be female, but maybe we should still do that. That would be fun. Fun little restriction. You need backpacks to store the amulets? Oh, naturally, obviously. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you gotta put the amulets in the backpack to take them home. Of course. How could I have possibly gotten so confused? Assign chair to hobo. Hunting dog is killing an adder and an echidna. Oh, come on. How much longer are you going to unload for? You don't like it at all? I quite like burning witches because I think that they are silly as hell. They are silly as hell. And thus entertaining. They're that kind of metal where you don't take it seriously and it's fun. If you try and take it seriously, it's awful. But if you don't take it seriously, it's dumb and fun. And I enjoy that kind of music. Very confused by that, but okay. Building a roof. There's no trees right there, is there? No. Yay, they're done. No. Still not done unloading. And before they bug out and they're unable to trade with us. This is the second embark. So we're actually like right next to the first one, Space Pirate. Like literally like one tile over. Like first embark's like right there. Like, if you were to do this in adventure mode, you could, like, take 3 steps and you'd be in the next embark. The fortress that looks samey stuff like you did before. It's one of the things that bothers me about one of the few things that actually does genuinely bother me about the Dwarf Fortress community is their inability to be creative with their layouts. Or the inability for the majority of the player base to be creative with their layouts. It's a game that allows for so much, like, interesting creativity and nobody takes advantage of it. It's a bloody shame. What biome did I choose? The lake is haunted. Oh, also, I didn't make this up. The name of the lake is the Stupid Lake. So if I refer to it as the Stupid Lake, that is its technical term. It is a haunted lake. Well, a sinister lake, where it is ranging repugnant ooze, which is basically just like some sort of infection fluid. And it's raining from the sky, in fact. Yeah, it's the Stupid Lake. Also, the area around us is the hairy jungles. So it's the hairy jungles of the Stupid Lake. It's also a very small lake, which is why you can't see it underneath our fortress. Also, the fortress that I select when I select here is the one that's on top of ours, which is the Fortress of Murky Mirrors. So, you know. It's raining repugnant ooze right here. And that's why all this weird light blue stuff's at the bottom of the water, because it's repugnant ooze. I was hoping that the repugnant ooze would be like orange or something fun, but it's not. Which is a shame, but, you know. It's not a haunted forest, so you won't get any undead stuff. In order to have a chance of it having undead, it needs to be haunted, not sinister. This is just sinister. Dance naming system. Yep. There's a fake band from a movie OST to Italian women screaming in chainmail and heels to the best synths. I think I know that band in real life. That isn't a joke. Oh shit, why are you fighting with a hungry head? No? Nobody's dead, but we just killed a hungry head. This tavern's currently a little bit, surprise violent sometimes. It's okay. We're removing the hungry head and severed limb of the hungry head that Stone just killed. Got a temple? Not yet. Currently digging out this area, okay? Once I'm done digging this out, then we can make a temple. We're almost done digging this out. Oh, they're dancing still. God damn it, more of the Radiance of Carnal. No, only intricate luxuries so far. No future metal. Just want future metal. God damn it. We're trading with bugged out, I think. All right, well, gold table 10, gold throne 10. Might as well be gaudy with our bullshit. Let's make some buckets and wood. Let's also make barrels. Well, making progress. You know what? They don't want to trade with us, that's fine. We'll trade with them next year. This is hopefully going to look really cool by the time I'm done with it. I have a very specific idea. I do not know what's wrong with this stupid wall piece right here. You know what? Let's do this. Let's cancel this. Channel that out. You love New Fort days? New Fort days are they your favorite days? If anyone else knew about future metal, they wouldn't feel cool anymore. True. It's probably like a hipsters only subgenre, which means I'm way into it. Currently, we only have one table. And this is my tavern. We need to improve the marsh pit a little bit, I think. This is the first few years. So does that mean that you're bored shitless of Long Death yet? So I swear I have a design aesthetic for this area. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm reconstructing very thick walls like this. So we're going to be able to see through all the walls and have the little hyphens. There's tons of space to be creative in the first few years of your fort. You just got to be ballsy about it. Ballsy like this. You know, just be like, all right, well, I guess we're building. Also going to make a wood block stockpile, or not a wood block, a stone block stockpile. No metal. No. Yes. And I'm also going to jump up here. And I'm going to deconstruct the mason shop that's up here, which is right there. Jump down here, and I'm going to make 1, 2 mason shops. Rock, block. Just gonna make gabbro rock blocks until we run out of gabbro, basically. Thank you very much for the 7th month, Wogarden. Hello.
Hello.
Before you ask, you got torched by a demon. Sorry. It happened to everybody. So, Can't really help you. But now we're in the strangest fort I've ever started. Oh shit, more migrants. Another lady, go figure. Chat, would anybody like a dwarf? Trying to get as many dwarves named as possible, so. Even the were creature in the walls got torched. Trizoka, you'd like one next? Ooh, this is a slightly less common god. You worship Rash Rodros, which is Rash Death Fatal. Deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death. You worship the god of death, Zakos. She is 70 years old, born on the 13th of Felsite in the year 132. Her nose bridge is convex, and she has a broad chin. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has a slightly sunken, which her eyes are close set. That's also a new color of eyes. Her ears have small lobes, and her hair is pale taupe. Pale taupe. That's it. I think they're all pale taupe, right? And her skin is cinnamon. She likes hornblende, trifle pewter, yellow zircon, giant echidna leather, amber color, amber, and the color ceratreuse, because amber is the color of your energy, naturally. Cats for their aloofness, and crabmen for their sideways walk. Reject life, become crab. And the words of the Tenoborus meditation and the sound of the tress of larks, and when possible prefers to consume soft wheat beer and can't stand bats. Fuck, it's 1 a.m. already? Good morning, cutest. I'm buying a keyboard. Fuck, it's 1 a.m. already. Where are you buying a keyboard from? Out of random curiosity. Just because of the state of the world. Like, I'm just curious. She personally believes that hard work is one of the highest ideals and a key to the good life, and finds introspection to be a waste of slime, or time, whatever you prefer, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Dreams of mastering a skill, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and is given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction, and rarely feels discouraged, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't seek out excitement, and is slow to anger and quick to form negative views about things, and tenses up when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working hours of the day. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. You're a novice swimmer. Well, it would have been useful. It must have came from the last fort then. I don't need to give you that kind of woodworking. You dream of mastering a skill. I need more metalsmiths, so I'm going to give you all of metalsmithing. You're a clother. We have another dwarf who's Tekid. Who in this case can be Zoeka. Trazuka. Again, is a lady. One should always respect the law. You worship Lemush, who is the god of chaos, war, and fortresses. This is literally becoming an Amazon fortress. I'm not going to expel all of the males because they're rare and important. So, you know, so far, 2 males. 2. She has aquamarine eyes, and they have large irises. Her hair is clean shaven, and her nose bridge is convex. She has a broad chin, and her lips are very thin. Her somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow, and her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon. She likes galena. Well, good, we have that. Platinum, tiger iron, and birch wood. Polar bear leather, and suns and spears, and scepters, and animal traps, and cavies for their adorable coal, and citron trees for their fruit, and the words of the dusts of fate, and the sound of the future metal. Hey, there's another one! And when possible, prefers to consume giant barn owl, bat ray, and tuber beer, and honey bee royal jelly, and can't stand large roaches. Resellers on AliExpress. All right. Makes sense. Curious as to who's still operating there. What brand you getting? What kind of switches you getting? You getting anything good? One should always respect the law. Yeah. Naturally. The law of chaos. The law that says fuck the law. She personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and values eloquence, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Chat, does anybody in this chat room right now not hate roaches? Serious question. Like, does anybody here actually like roaches? You do not hate roaches. You don't hate roaches. What the fuck's wrong with you? Unless it's a Pineapple Express roach. You know, I've talked about this recently. I've seen that movie recently. The movie's still very good. That movie was good when it was new, and it's still good now. Also, a decent strain, too. They're inconvenient mosquitoes, though. Hate them? Really? There's a video of the vocalist of Papa Roach watching Electric Callboy Spaceman and just laughing hysterically, going, "We need to tour with these guys. They seem fun." I would absolutely go to a Papa Roach Electric Callboy show. That would be fantastic. You'd have like absolute fucking tonal whiplash between the two of them. One of them's just like, "I'm 50 and very sad and I'm gonna go snort coke." And then the other one is just like, "We're snorting coke and party!" That'd be great. Totally go see that. Anyway, she's given to flights of fancy to the points of distraction and very trusting and very stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself, as she doesn't mind wearing something wearing something special now and again. Okay. That doesn't make much sense. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She occasionally overindulges, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is very humble, and is assertive and does not try to get things done perfectly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. They get that bulk discount on the coke. But seriously though, Hobo, wouldn't like an Electric Callboy and Papa Roach show just be fantastic? Like that would be a bonkers show. I would absolutely go to that. Although Electric Callboy is very high on my to-do list if they ever show up here. Now that they've changed their name and they're no longer racist sounding, they might actually be allowed to tour in Canada. You dream of creating a great work of art. We'll give you stoneworking. Weaver. Dreams of mastering. Hey, it's a man! Holy shit! Any takers? 3 dudes in the fort. The question is, who would open? I feel like at this point, Electric Callboy would open. Just name a man. I don't do that. I'll either I'll name him after a viewer or I won't name him. So I'm not gonna just call him man. Unless we were doing that gimmick from the start where it's like male, male 2, male 3, male 4, male 5. But I'm not going to go that far with this. You'll take, Gran? I mean, I'm totally fine with not naming every dwarf. I just usually do this at the start. Also, post it on Discord. Your main fortress lair? Nice and round. I like it. Beds look cozy. Tavern's a little small. Very compact. Oh, I see. You've got little ramps going up for the trade depot down there. Looks nice. These like temples or guild halls or something? Oh, there's some big bedrooms right there. Livestock. There are caverns. You just haven't dug down deep enough to find them yet. Yeah, there you go. Looks nice, though. I like it. Like it. Cute little fort. Nothing wrong, but male specimen. 1, 2. Can I ask a question, chat? Where the fuck did all this Morbius memes come from? Like, I feel like Morbius came out, and everybody was like, man, that movie was terrible. And like 2 weeks later, suddenly there's Morbius memes everywhere. When did this happen? Who started this? Whose fault is this, and who do I blame for this shit? Oh yeah, you're trying to keep it alive for a very long time, right, Wilmer? You gotta post progress screenshots. From the greatest cinematic masterpiece that has ever been created. You want to know the problem with this, though? See, here's the thing. Shrek's actually a good movie. Here's the problem with this. If we meme this too hard, they'll make another one. Stop it. They'll make more. They'll get the wrong idea. They just see search terms and like popularity and graphs and the number go up. And then they're like, let's just make 40 more. You really want that? But see here, the actual like closed loop of this is you have to meme it really, really hard, and then a new one comes out, no one can go see it. Because if you go see it, then they'll make money. All they care about is search volume on Google. It doesn't matter if it's positive searches or the fuck's this searches. Mighty Morbin Power Rangers. Anyway, somebody go make that meme. Who was I giving this to? I was giving this to, before I got distracted, Gran. And Gran. He is a worshipper of the beguiled strength, the frightful strangeness, the most popular deity, who is, of course, represented as a female dwarf and associated with torture and misery. You are 60 years old, born on the 7th of Slate in the year 142. I also kind of despise Jared Leto. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a very broad chin, and his quite sparse eyebrows are extremely long. His eyelashes are short, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is pale taupe, and his skin is cinnamon. His eyes are cobalt. Cobalt eyes. Interesting. He likes quartzite, tin, moss opal, oyster shell, and the color midnight blue, gems and floodgates and animal traps and alpacas for their jittering teeth, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. When possible, prefers to consume 2-hump camel cheese and teff beer, and can't stand bark scorpions. Personally values independence and dreams of mastering a skill. Please don't be mad at you, but you use DF Hack and Therapist a lot. You just discovered the job manager is really useful. Why would I be mad at you for enjoying a video game? What? I don't play the video game the same way you play the video game. Why would that be a reason for anybody to be mad at anybody? The only thing that will make me mad is if somebody comes in and says, "You're wrong because you're not using it." Let's fucking shut up. Just play the game. It's fine. They only had one in stock? Hell yeah! Please post pictures of keyboard when keyboard arriveth. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is curious and eager to learn. He enjoys the company of others, is quick to anger, and likes a little excitement now and again. He is quite ambitious and moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He does not often feel lustful, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and drums his fingers and rolls his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and can handle stress. I missed that line. When he's nervous, he often drums his fingers and rolls his eyes, and when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. There we go. +1 for keyboard picks. Hell yeah. I'm kind of tempted to make all of the male dwarves in this fort into fishermen. because there's so few of them, and I think it would just be kind of funny. It's like, okay, the male class, they're all fishers. Male Bill. Anybody else want a dwarf? Frog, do you want a dwarf? Cutest, do you want a dwarf? El Naso would like a dwarf. Hello, El Naso. How are you? Forgot that it's a new fort. Someone else didn't read the title. Hey, it's a god I haven't seen before. Lytast is a deity of the Plank of Nations. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with pregnancy, creation and crafts, and metals. Are you sure you want a dwarf with that queen? The queen that's a Gelder? She is 63 years old, born on the 22nd of Slate in the year 139. Also, it's fitting that the only male god we've seen for this faction is, you know, the god of pregnancy. It's very fitting. It's very fitting. She has a very broad chin and her nose is upturned. Her hair is clean shaven and her lips are thin. Her ears are somewhat short and her hair is pale taupe. Her skin is cinnamon and her eyes are emerald. She likes olivine, trifle pewter, lavender jade, and gems, bolts and backpacks in the words of the Tenebrous meditation and the sound of the tress of larks and the sight of the russet couple. And when possible, prefers to consume puffin, flounder, and fruit wine. I've never seen a puffin in Dwarfort. But making homework and trying to choose a keyboard is hard. I would never want to curse any. I know English isn't your first language, so I'm not going to give you a hard time. But doing homework. I'm assuming you're not creating homework for other people. Puffins exist in Dwarf Fortress, yes. I've seen puffin men, but I've never seen a puffin. She personally sees war as a useful means to an end and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and doesn't care about leisure time one way or another. And she dreams of creating a work of art. She is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. It doesn't generally think before acting and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is sloppy with her living space and she is very impolite. And she is slow to anger and she is quite ambitious. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently and from herself, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is assertive and has an active sense of humor, and she bites her nails when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors at least for a time. Welcome, El Naso. All right. We now have Unib, another lady. Ooh, she dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. This is a weird faction, guys. This is such a weird faction. So what do you guys think of my idea of making all of the male dwarves be fisher dwarves? It just kind of fits the way this fortress is feeling. It is an impossible dream. If you know Min the Egyptian gods, you know, don't look him up around family. Min the Egyptian god. I'm assuming not on stream. Egyptian god. Ah, yes. That one. Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely. It's like drone bees, the men have one function. Yeah, kind of. But in this case, it's to fish. Well, I was kind of thinking about like forcing my dwarves to fish because we're on a haunted lake, and thought that would be like a fun gimmick. I'm just curious if you guys think it's yeah, it's certainly very fertility. But yeah, I think that's going to be the gimmick of this fort, is all of the male dwarves, we're just going to make them go outside and fish. You love your fish that have repugnant ooze? Oh, we'll put up a ceiling. It's fine. We'll wash them. Don't worry. We'll wash them. She is very muscular with a broad body, and her gold eyes are incredibly close set. Her hair is clean shaven and her nose bridge is convex. Her lips are very thin and her eyelashes are extremely short. Her small lobed short ears are slightly flattened and her hair is pale taupe and her skin is cinnamon. She likes obsidian, lead, Carillion, lead cap, wood, and rami paper, and warhammers and shields and reindeer for their large for their large herds, and the words of the hoary creature and the sound of the intricate luxury. They've been playing that a bunch. And when possible, prefers to consume hungry head, soul, and peach cider, and hates purring maggots. All right. She personally thinks the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Is completely put off by the idea of friends, doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and doesn't care about family one way or another, and dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and she rarely feels discouraged and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She is slow to anger and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She lives a fast-paced life and she tends to think before acting. She can handle stress and she isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. She has an active sense of humor and tenses up when she's nervous and inhales sharply when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Oy. Irvad. Well, we're going to get started on this gimmick. So you're going to have hauling and fishing. No crafts. You know, I'll let the male dwarves make shell crafts if they can get shells. I'll also let them do some basic farming tasks like ripping up plants. We'll let them do plant gathering. That's a similar thing to fishing. Okay, so we've got Unib over here. Who I just read. Who I was going to give to Cutest. Welcome to the fort, Cutest. Now, Irvad, does anybody want to be this male dwarf? Make them sleep outside with a burrow? I'm not going to go that far. Not just yet, because that's a bit too much tedium for me. But does anybody want to be this boy dwarf here? War repellent society with no strife is disrespectful, yes. So we have to have inner fighting. Much inner fighting. Be back in a while. All right, Thunnel. Anybody want to be this boy dwarf? This is a goofy as hell fort. You know, it's real nice when YouTube helps out my YouTube videos. Boosted one of them, and now it's boosting another one. Thank you, YouTube. Being a bunch of bros today over there at the algorithm. Shoutouts to the algorithm for not being shitty to me this week. New faction has been interesting. I can't tell if that's a positive or a negative. Praise our robot overlords. I mean, our algorithmic overlords. Gotta mute the stream? I understand. I think that's everybody that wants a name, so we'll just do jobs from here forward. Well, this one dreams of raising a family. So hauling. Take you off of that. That brings us up to 19 dwarves. Okay, see you. I'm filtering out all these dwarves, basically. Stone seems to really like their job. Sorry, Hobo, but you're getting removed from all your jobs. Although, we're going to let you still do the paperwork. You can still do the managing stuff, but you're going to go fish aside from that. Boy, go fish. Halted. Let you do animal training. Cool husband, thank you very much for the that Prime subscription. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that? 86 years old, born on the 4th of Timber. You've already got your jobs assigned, which is good. El Naso, you're fine. Sorry, Gran. Dragon Man's good. Taco Nuva's good. Lab Chimp's good. So something I need to make. I need to make some fisheries. In fact, we're making 2. Also good win, Space Pirate. Yeah, I know barrels are needed. I have them queued up, though. So I'm waiting on them to... What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm waiting for them to... make them. This is what I'm waiting for. Which also means I might just go here and suspend. It's fine. Wait until they've made some barrels. There's nothing to catch in the central swamps. Well, that's why this is going to be the fishing area. All right. Let's make 100 beds. Just not need to worry about it for a while, if ever. And I'm going to shift Hobo's jobs from Hobo to somebody else. You know what? If I just give it all to Dragon Man, that'll actually save my life. Make my life a lot simpler. Chaos wills it naturally. All right, let's get back to construction. You got platinum nuggets? So that's awesome. It's pretty badass. All right, that I can destroy. But yeah, I'm going to do my best to roleplay this faction without making it obnoxious. So if it starts to become obnoxious, just let me know. Because I'm going to do my damnedest to keep this shit fun. But it just, this faction just has way too clear an image in my head now, which is kind of the problem. It's like, I look at this faction, I go, oh, yes, I know exactly what this is. It's awful, and I hate it, but I know exactly what this is. So there's no way I could make this too obnoxious. I mean, it's already too obnoxious, but I'm just going to kind of put that caveat down. It's like, I don't know. I think the gimmick of just making all of the male dwarves fisher dwarves as like, oh, you're lesser citizens, because obviously our queen is a Gelder. And there's almost no women in this faction, or almost no men in this faction. I think it's really funny making them fisher dwarves, because how many dads out there do you know, chat room, who would be stoked to just be able to go fish for the rest of their lives? You know, it's like, I don't know. To me, that's just funny. It's like if someone came up to me and was just like, your place in society is you get to go fish for all eternity. Hell yeah! Let's go. Like, just can I have a blunt while I fish? Because in that case, I'm fucking stoked. Like, just being told to go fish. That's great. Assuming it's like sit on a beach and fish, like dwarfy fishing, and not like deadliest catch fishing, I'm good. You know, if it's deadliest catch fishing, I might have to pass. But you just get to fish and like occasionally go out and forage. Be great. Sounds like the good life, frankly. Living the dream, that. Fishing is lovely, frankly. All right. Although this kind of feels like some sort of like Crusader Kings playthrough. It's like the queen just is a Gelder. This seems like something that only Crusader Kings could come up with, yet here we are playing Dwarf Fortress. You're back, third day playing. Jeweler went berserk and beat up one of your dwarves. Currently searching for iton and coal, but haven't found any yet. Well, you have to make coal. You make charcoal. Coal is actually very rare. You can find it, but it's not something that you generally find. So instead of like looking for coal, make some charcoal. Would be my advice. common mistake for new players in Dwarf Fortress. Well, hello. Welcome back, Virtual. Charcoal is a vibe. It really is, yeah. Charcoal's a state of mind, man. Made some charcoal, but you don't know what to do with it. What's this tile set called? It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, so it's not widely available or anything, but there's a link if you want it. Click that and it'll auto-download the PNG. You need metal bars. So what you need is you need to find some sort of ore to make into metal bars. Burning wood, more like burning daylight. Got a thirsty dwarf right there. I'm really curious if we've been able to get any fish. So let's find out. Raw fish. We got 18 raw fish. What kind of fish are we getting? Brown bullhead, char, and perch. Not bad. You know what's funny is all of those things have popped up as different food types that the dwarves like. Make a peaceful, functional fortress. That's a good goal to start off with, honestly. Just don't worry about going to war with anybody. Just try, when you're learning the game, just focus on making a fortress that functions. Like, if you can make a fortress that functions, you're halfway to playing Dwarf Fortress. And then after that, all you need to do is live on a prayer, and then you can sing Bon Jovi. And then draw the rest of the fucking owl. I can't believe there hasn't been a draw the rest of the fucking owl meme with Dwarf Fortress yet, where someone's just like, all right, so you make Plump Helmet wine, and then you play Dwarf Fortress. I'm also going to jump up here and we're going to make a metal ore stockpile. I always saw the horse variant of that meme, but it's true. Oh, draw the rest of the fucking owl. Well, there's a subreddit dedicated to it. With like almost like 350,000 people in it. So it's like a lot of stuff like this. Female anatomy in 3 steps. That. Lots of that. It's a very active subreddit. Just like scrolling down rest of the fucking owl now. In your experience, is it better to give dwarves things they like or get rid of things they don't like? I never really thought about it, to be completely honest with you. Sorry to not have a more educated answer to than that, but I never really thought about it. Also, hey, Infinity. What you carrying there, dwarf? Raw brown bullhead? Wonderful. Needs empty food storage item. Again? Yeah, man. In this episode of Dwarf Therapist, we interview, the Cache me outside dwarf? What? Caveman? I don't know what you're talking about. Hello. How are you? I'm gonna get rid of this stockpile, though. Hmm. Okay. I mean, I guess I understand the humor in that, sort of. But how you doing, Caveman? On lack of coffee? Come on, you know that this is a coffee mandatory stream. You have to have had at least a cup of coffee before watching this stream. Which is why I don't start playing video games until I'm finished my first cup of coffee. It's good to see you, though, Caveman. I hope your day's been well. Unless you don't like coffee, in which case, then, I don't know, tea or something. Or water, if you don't drink caffeine. I don't discriminate as much as I might be sounding like I do currently. In fact, I would say I don't really discriminate at all. We're building a really, really, really weird fort right now. By that, I mean, this faction is very, very, very strange. All of the dwarves worship various gods of misery and torture and death. This faction is really small in the bottom, like, most corner of the map, pretty isolated. Not close to any other dwarven factions. But here's the strange thing, is there's almost no male dwarves in this faction, just period. We have 3 currently in this fort, out of 19. And if I look at this, the queen's a Gelder. So, putting 2 and 2 together, pretty much, yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what we're doing right now. We're also in a jungle, so. Also, you can't make this up, but the lake we're on is literally called the Stupid Lake, and we're in a jungle, so, you know, making the all of the male dwarves are only allowed to haul and fish, and I'm letting them gather plants. I'm gonna try and, like, build a very segmented industry for this fort. Although this is technically the second fort I've done in this faction, because the first one, like, died immediately due to a bug. Water spawned at the wrong level, and they almost all drowned immediately. So I just kind of, like, respawned one tile over. Basically, started a new fort very close by. Yes. That torture god is far and away the most popular god. Speaking of, I'm going to make a little temple just to kind of show you. Oh, also, we named the tavern the Marsh Pit because I can't call it the Mosh Pit. But we're going to make a temple. So the deities are the most popular deity, which is the god of misery and torture. We have the god oh, actually, no, Chaos Worn Fortresses is more popular. But hey, misery and torture is up there. Then there's the god of death, the god of, okay, and then these three are somebody who was here and then we expelled because they were going to go insane. But the only male god that I've found in this faction so far is Lytast, Boat Store, who's the god of metals, crafts, creation, and pregnancy. Apparently there's 20 dwarves there. I'm not going to go back there, though. Base pirate. But according to the overworld, there's 20 dwarves there. This is going to be an office or something. I think we have more puppies. We're gonna have to start slaughtering puppies. Nope, we don't have more puppies. Never mind. I'm gonna gild the last one. Winter is upon us. Set the max 50. Hell yeah. I actually very heavily recommend like dropping down the population of your fort initially. It's just smart. That's just very smart. To the point where like I kind of wish that the game would like quietly drop your population by a third for the first year and a half. So you don't like start a fort and then suddenly get a billion, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Dwarves walking up it on your front porch. It's just awkward and kind of annoying. All right. "13 workers and 2 kids. Not bad. Not bad. 13 dwarves and 2 kid dwarves. Take care of those kids and they will be the strongest, healthiest, most important dwarves in your fortress before long. A lot of the meta or I guess you could call it the meta, but a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress always get annoyed with the kids. But frankly, if you take care of them, they are the most valuable asset to a fort, just like real life, oddly enough. But you have to take care of them. That's the key word there. Because by the time they become adults, they are always like the most mentally tough dwarves you'll have. As long as there isn't spikes at the bottom of that nursery. Although I should show you, I should at some point like snap a photo of the children's play center that's close to me. It looks like a torture facility. It's terrifying. It has like this giant like metal fence around it that literally looks like it's designed to imprison people. It's actually like, you know, to keep people out, but it's very strange looking from the outside. It's like children's play center, and it's like, that looks like a prison. In fact, it looks less nice than the prison, because the one prison we have in this region is really nice looking, because the high security one's further away. No, babies are a great weapon. In my last fort, Xaria, there was a goblin that was killed by getting hit by a mother who was holding a warhammer in one hand and a baby in the other. Frankly, honestly, if it makes the mom happier about fighting, let her go nuts. Do you go to zones? For which thing? For making a nursery? Don't actually set up a nursery. Just let the children do the thing. When they're talking about nurseries, they're like, I think that they're referring to like drop them in a lava pit. Nurseries usually mean kill the children in Dwarf Fort, but I'm not sure what they're referring to specifically. But nurseries are not actually a thing in Dwarf Fortress right now. Although supposedly for the premium release, Tarn says that he's going to try and get adoption in, so dwarves that, baby dwarves that lose their parents will be able to be adopted. And also my favorite change, chat, children will be able to do chores past the point of 1 year old, which means they will be able to haul stuff, which means we can make the children bury the bodies after the fights, which is great. And they will be able to do certain other basic tasks like cleaning and pulling levers, which is fantastic. Very psyched. It's not child labor, they're chores. Big difference. Come on. Don't confuse the two. Sheesh. It's not child labor. It's just chores. It's like me. Kids can now do chores in Dwarf Fortress. Twitch chat. Child labor, let's fucking go! I too. I'm also very excited for chores. Very, 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 very excited for chores. That's like my most anticipated feature about the premium version. The only difference between child labors and chores is some get some pay and the others don't. True. True. Also, hi, Belle. Cheers. Did you host me? Yes, you did. Why didn't that pop up anyway? Twitch! Thank you very much for the host. I hope that your time at Sandrock was entertaining. So, Bellinair, I gotta tell you, right? We've done some digging about this fortress, right? And like I did post that thing in your chat earlier. We've learned some more about this fortress. We've learned some more or about this faction. So not only are they metal as fuck and we've named the tavern the Marsh Pit, but also the queen is a Gelder. The queen is a Gelder, right? The king's an axe dwarf. The queen is a Gelder. They only have 2 fortresses, not counting the 2 that I've fiddled around with so far today. They only have 2 forts, and they're both very small, so there's only about 400 of them. Very small population. They're isolated in the middle of fuck nowhere, in the mountains where it's really cold. And there's almost no men. They basically don't exist. I have 3 out of 19 dwarves. So I figured out why they don't have a lot of population. There's nobody to like make babies, basically. But we're kind of running with that theme, so thus all of the male dwarves get to be fisher dwarves, which is a horrible curse, frankly. Which means they're fishing right next to the repugnant lake. Oh, also, look at this. The lake that we're settled on is called the Stupid Lake. Civilization is carp. Fortunately, carp aren't so scary. Also, I don't think there's actually any carp in that lake, but yeah, no, I'm very excited to play a kind of gimmicky fort. Also, they all worship the gods of misery and torture and chaos. So it's like evil. Well, maybe not evil, but like crazy metal feminist fort. Let's go. Well, the thing is, carp, like, haven't been dangerous for a very long time. Being, like, real here for a second. Carp are not dangerous, but it's still funny. But I'm glad you enjoyed your time at Sandrock. If you guys don't know Bellinair, you guys should go follow Bellinair. He's a Finnish lad who plays video games on the interwebs. Definitely go give him a follow if you don't already. And we will get him to play Dwarfs once Dwarf Fortress is actually out proper. Okay, I'm just assuming that they can't get to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place that there. If that helps. You still have trauma from when carp were dangerous? I don't really, but I also wasn't playing much back then. Oh, also, looks like we're having a guest on this podcast, so I'm bringing in a Dwarf Fortress person, so we're going to have a very dwarfy heavy episode. So I'm kind of tempted to just tell Arch that he can just talk about Worm Online and we can talk about Dwarf Fortress. And it'll just be the one where we talk about the games that we play all the time, but don't talk about all the time because people would get mad at us. It's almost 1 a.m. and you have work. Oh boy. You should go to sleep, Wilmer. Sleep well. I'll be on again on Tuesday. Till then it's YouTube stuff. But take care of yourself. Well, I mean, like I said, it's gonna make this episode. It's gonna make my audience very happy. So we're making the best out of like Sui not being able to make it. She's like slammed with school stuff and wants to just finish school because she's finishing school soon. So just fucking go finish school. We can make podcasts when you have a job. Bullying everyone into a DF episode? Not everyone, just Arch. Although I honestly think that Arch would love this game. And I think he will once Premium's out. If anybody's confused about what I'm talking about, I'm part of a stream team called Halcyon Frequency, which I founded with my teammate FG, alongside of Bellinaire, Arch Plays Stuff, 2D Curie, Sui, and the rest of us. Gotta make foods, go do what you gotta do. And we host a podcast, which comes out every Sunday, called the Halcyon Podcast. Not to be confused with the football podcast of the same name. Completely unrelated. Anyway, we're the #1 podcast in Honduras for video games, so you should give us a listen. Like, seriously, multiple weeks running. Occasionally we'll drop down, but we usually pop back within a couple of weeks. Which I'm unironically very proud of, for some stupid reason. To the point where, like, I want to put that on a t-shirt. #1 podcast in Honduras. What do you guys think of this build design? I mean, this is just going to be like our main crafting area, but what do you guys think of this, like, knock down all of the, like, stone and then build walls around the edge? Kind of gives, like, this really unique look that you don't get from smoothing stuff. What happened to last fort? TLDR, we fought with Hell and Hell won. But, I mean, I was planning on ending it anyway. It's still there, though. There is 2 dwarves in there. Every single one of the original population of that fortress died, though. Even the were creature who lived in the walls. Everybody died. So not just you, yes, everyone died. The cat lives? Oh yeah, there is one cat actually, from the original population that survived. The only member of the original population of that fortress that survived was a cat. Yes, this is true. That podcast is awesome. You like the podcast? Hell yeah, dude. It's been really nice, like, because podcast analytics are really difficult, and you don't like get comments or anything on podcasts. So it's really hard to tell how many people are actually listening to it. Aside from like people reaching out and like verbally stating, I listen to the podcast. Outside of that group of people, it's really difficult to figure out how many people actually like, you know, listen to the podcast and listen to the whole thing. And whether or not people even like it. Like, I know that people are listening to it. Like, I can see the numbers going up, but like, they go up pretty slowly. So it is really difficult to tell who is actually listening to the podcast and how much people are actually listening to the podcast. Poor cat has to adopt a new dwarf. No, because their owner died. I think they can only adopt one dwarf. Can cats adopt a second dwarf? I thought they could only do the one. I'm putting in some gold tables and chairs. I'm gonna move my office down into this corner here. This is gonna be my office back here. Not quite sealed up yet. We're getting there though. Heavy ass tables. They're working on those gold thrones. Still working on smelting that gold ore. Still constructing beds. Why is it heartbreaking, Pink, that everybody died? Or that the cat was the only thing that survived? But sometimes in Dwarf Fortress, everybody dies. That was a glorious end. I mean, we could have sealed it off, but instead we tried to fight. And you know what? We died gloriously in battle. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's sad. I think it's just kind of amusing more than anything. Zakos, we're gonna give you mechanics. I can't open it, so if you want me to listen to it, you gotta stick it on Discord. That's almost as long of a title as the band that I've been listening to the most recently, though, which is I've just been listening to Blackwater Holy Light. It's kind of all I've been listening to, actually. Blackwater Holy Light, and then a couple of ambient electronic tapes that I have. which is like kind of all I've been listening to recently. Also screwed this up. It might be time for me to go do lunch. I've been streaming for 7 hours and my tummy is grumbling. Quite loudly, in fact. How do you guys feel about short break and nowses? Because some people are like, I need to go to bed, so if you need to go to bed, just go to bed. But I think I'm gonna go do lunch. It's 4 p.m., a little bit of a late lunch. But so far, just kind of recap, this has been the most fun I've had diving into a faction in a long time. It's been entertaining. It's been very entertaining. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to save here. And when I come back for my lunch break, it's practically an early dinner. This is normal for me for lunch. When I come back from lunch, we will pick up and continue and keep streaming Dwarfs for another few hours. And then this evening, the plan for this evening is Shotgun King, because tomorrow morning I will be talking to one of the two folks who made Shotgun King. So I'm going to go do lunchies. I'm going to put a marker in the chat so I know where to cut it. If you want to, if you stick around, I'll be back in about 10 minutes tops. If you want to support the channel directly, if you're piecing out, there's a link to the Patreon. If you want to watch other things that I do, there's a link to the YouTube channel. And